Hello! Dang, okay. I was not expecting it to start off with a bang like this. Tasai, friend the fern, and if you can see here, we are playing Find Love or Die Trying. Hang on, I need to check if the game is actually open right now. It is not! Oh no! Rip. Oh, jeez. Here we go. Come on. Yay! We got it. Okay. Why am I so nervous? So yeah. This is Find Love or Die Trying. Let's get started. Whoop. Zzz. Okay, let's go. Boop. Zzz. Hey, don't just lie there. Get up. Just 5 more minutes. Hello? You're the star of the show. You can't just sleep through it. Oh, okay. So, pressing space doesn't actually continue. I do have to click. Got it. Watch me. Oh, that's how you want to play? Ha! Ow! Ow! Rise and shine, sleepyhead. I guess this is your voice now. Oh, that's a cute top. Ow, ow, ow! Did you just hit me? Oh god. Nah, I just got here. I just chased off the person who hit you. Really? You should be thanking me. Hey, thank you, Flair, and good luck with work. Hey! Oh god, I only have 3 save states? Sheep. Okay, let's go. Pretty sure that was you. No, pretty sure that was you. What's with that look on your... Oh. She just knocked me out! Damn. Now we're back right where we started. Ow! Rise and shine, sleepyhead! Ow, ow, ow! Did you just hit me? Wait, didn't this just happen? Of course not! There's no way that I'd hit you twice. Anyway, what was your name again? Oh wait, wait, did I switch the... Did I switch the voices? Oh, yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, good. Oh, my name's... I can't remember my name. Wait, what? Wait, what? I swear I didn't even hit you that hard. So you did hit me! That's not important. Try to remember. If you can't remember anything, we're going to be in big trouble. Why's that? We can talk about the why after. What was your name? It's... Since I'm pretty sure we're playing as a dude in this, I'm gonna go by the male version of my name. E. And my I take it back! Wait! Wait! Go back! Dang it. Okay, wait. Go back. I didn't know you can be a female. Come back. Anyways, yeah, this gives us a chance of getting to see the other option at least. Thanks, I guess. Don't mention it. It's all in a good day's work. Anyway, what was your name again? Oh, my name's... I can't remember my name. Wait, what? I swear I didn't even hit you that hard. So you did hit me. That's not important. Try to remember. If you can't remember anything, we're both gonna be in big trouble. Why's that? We can talk about the why after. What was your name? It's... I am a fern. Hello. And my pronoun is I am a she. My name's Fern. It's Fern. I can't remember anything else, though. Wow, I should try hitting my accountant sometime. Oh my god, that's so mean! Do you remember where we are? What you're doing here? No, I can't remember a thing. Everything's so foggy. Alright, I can give you the rundown. You're on a reality TV show called Find Love or Die Trying. Though we just call it Find Love for the uninformed. I love how jazzy this music is. I'm the producer. The name's Kat. The premise is that you, the suitor, are living with 5 beautiful women, and one of them is your soulmate. I haven't even met them yet. How do you know one of them's my soulmate? That's just how it is. Welcome to reality TV. You'll get to know 2 of the girls over the next 6 days, over 3 dates with each of them. On the 7th day, you'll have to ask one of them to marry you at the final ceremony. That seems straightforward to me. Welcome, Gamov! Welcome to Find Love or Die Trying, the reality TV show where I'm forced to marry someone by the end of it or die. I think. I think that's the ending. We just started, so... Not so fast, partner! The girl you choose will be given a choice, whether or not they accept your proposal. That seems pretty good, to be honest. Fair. If she says yes, you 2 will get to fade off into the sunset in a gold-plated yacht on the last day. Doesn't gold rust? Why would I want a gold-plated yacht? Happily ever after, forever. Except the lot. Except without the yacht. It's a loner. Don't even get the yacht. Dang. But if she says no... Well, we're going to have to kill you! God dang it! What? Wait, what? Killed? You're joking, right? Oh god! Damien! Now that's a reaction I wanted to see! I can't do male voices. Really, you look like I just took a shit in your cereal. I think I'm gonna enjoy this. What's going on? Who are you? Oh, where are my manners? My name's Damien Black. I'm the CEO of Royal Black Media, the biggest network for battle royale games on the planet! Oh shit, this isn't a dating show, it's a battle royale! Okay. I see how it is. I'm actually really excited now. But battle royale games? Like, computer games, right? You've been living under a rock? Rock stink ass armpit? Real people killing each other is in this season. What? Well, was in season. I swear I put in hard and honest work into making the top of the line killing shows, and what do I get for it? Damn, bro, the hustle is real. I respect you, Damien. It's cool. So we're trying a new kind of killing game, spicing a little romance on top for the people who fart dreams and bake cakes out of rainbows. That's where you come in, and hey, it's not a bad idea. You might find love, or die. Whatever. Just put on a good show for me, You can't see me, but I'm wiggling my eyebrows. Oh, holy shit. New person. Excuse me, Mr. Black? What is it, 1? Oh my god, they're actually referred to as numbers. We're missing one of the aerial cameras for the backfields. Well, that's my cue. The intern ain't gonna shoot himself. Wait, like, shoot a camera, right? Give him hell, Kit Kat. You don't need to tell me twice. Look, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm getting out of here. For starters, I barely remember my own name, let alone if I already have a partner. Oh yeah, I could be already married. Wait, check your hands, bro. Or dudette, since that I chose female. Okay, if that's what you're worried about, you didn't. And not for a lack of trying. How would you know that? Cat sighed. Look, you don't have a choice. Damien will kill you if you try to escape, or if you tell any of the girls about the truth behind the show. Oh, the other contestants don't know either. Spicy. The girls don't know? They have no idea that your life is in danger. They just think it's a regular dating show about finding your soulmate called Find Love. Oh, okay, that's pretty mean. If you tell any of them the truth, you won't just get yourself killed, you'll get them killed as well. Ooh, I'm smelling bad endings left and right. Oh, the temptation to okay. Usually when I play a visual novel, I go straight for all the bad endings, but I think I'll just play this one straight through. Normally. And then get all the bad endings. Okay, how could you? I don't make the rules, Fern. I'm sorry. Really, you're a pretty serious person, Fern. Most people would be a little happier to hear that they're alone in paradise with 5 beautiful women. What's there to worry about? Oh, you know, the whole getting executed thing if the girl I ask says no. The little bit with not remembering who the hell I am. How about this? I need my show to be successful and run according to plan. And you want your memories back, and presumably to leave the show alive. Yeah, I still get girls even if I'm a girl. It's really nice. Ah, I see. Yuri gang, got it. You want your memories back, and presumably to leave the show alive. That depends on what the memories are, but yes. If you'll be a good suitor for my show, I'll help you get your memories back. That's really not a bad deal. Most people would kill for a chance like this. Then put them on the show! Jeez! Seriously, all you have to do is get to know 5 lovely women and ask one out. I'll be with you every step of the way, off camera. Before you know it, I'm sure you'll be having lots of fun. Who knows, you may even fall in love. You wouldn't be the first. Oh, this isn't the first rundown of the show. Okay. But if you survive the whole show, I promise that I'll tell you everything you want to know. Pinky promise. How does that sound? You know what? No. We're going for our first bad end. No thanks. Get me out of here. And where would you go? Home, of course. And where is home? Thought so. Look, things will be a lot easier for both of us if we just work together. I'm making sure nothing crazy happens to you, and you'll probably get home safe. More importantly, playing along gives you a chance to survive. Doesn't that sound better than getting killed for sure? Oh, I was hoping choosing that option would get me shot right away. Oh well. You heard what Damien was going to do to the intern. Oh! He was gonna shoot him. Okay. There's going to be free food. Oh, sweet, I'm in then. Okay. Alright, fine, I'll give it a shot. You won't regret it, promise. Anyway, without further ado, let's get started with the show. Follow me. I'll take you where you'll meet our lovely contestants. Most likely, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Kat grabbed me by the hand and pulled me along. Remember, you can't tell anyone the truth about this dating game. No matter what, just smile, got it? Got it. We stepped out of the bar together. I didn't realize it at first, but it was the bar in a small airplane. I guess I must have been flown here. We walked until we saw a mansion in the distance. Wow, it's huge. To be completely honest, this is my first playthrough, so I don't know what to expect. So yeah, I'm assuming Kat's one of the 5 girls. It only makes sense. I can't imagine how expensive this place is. You'd be surprised. Since we're all the way in some forgotten corner of New Asia, the land comes pretty cheap. New Asia? Have you never read the news in the past decade? Memory loss, remember? Right. Well, I sure hope you haven't forgotten how to talk to girls. Joke's on you! I never knew how to talk to girls. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait, we're starting already? Not quite. To give the world top-tier enjoyment. To protect our ass from unemployment. To make the world believe in fate and love. We work like slaves for the shills above. Yes! We are the Brothers 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Prepared to get the set ready. I want to start filming yesterday. Oh, they're so sad. Oh, I guess we're not important enough to finish our intros. Whose idea was it to work in the TV industry anyways? This wouldn't have happened if we had just decided to be accountants. Wait by the mansion doors and thank me later. Hit showtime, people. Let's get to work. No! I love the faceless 1 through 5. I walked to the doors. Hey, Fern, can you hear me? Kat's voice boomed across the island, though she was nowhere in sight. Kat? I wasn't kidding when I said I'd be with you every step of the way. As long as you're on this island, I'll be able to see, hear, and even talk to you. Just think of me as your cuter and sexier big brother. That doesn't sound nearly as good as you think it does. Hey, how else could we film the show? You really want to meet the love of your life with a camera sticking out of your head? Good point. Anyway, head on to the mansion already and go meet the girls. I recommend checking out the library, the kitchen, the games room, and the backyard. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay, so library, kitchen, games room, or backyard. From here on out, the cameras are rolling. Don't be stupid. I'll see you later, sweet cheeks. Cat, out. All right, I'm finally here. There's only one thing left to do. Time to open the door. Anybody home? Oh, you're cute. My eyes were drawn to a girl wearing a white dress, pacing around the lobby. Hey, what's up? Whoa, I didn't see you there. I'm so sorry. My gosh, it's really you, Fern. That's me. How did you know my name? It hasn't been that long, has it? It's me, Yui. Yui Fushikawa. Pardon? We went to the same high school way back. Come again? Yeesh, you haven't changed one bit. Always forgetting everything important. Grrr. The first girl growled at me. Cat, can I just be with you? Wait, calm down. I know how this sounds, but I've got amnesia. You don't expect me to believe that, do you? You can't lie to your student council president. That's perjury. It's true, really. I wouldn't lie about this. You really can't remember anything? Really, I wouldn't joke about this, promise. Oh. I can't believe you forgot. On second thought, that may be a good thing. What we do? Did we kiss? How on earth could it be good to forget everything? You know, moving on from the past is the best way to live, and all that. Everyone has things from high school they'd rather forget, right? Yep. Good to see you, Fern. You haven't changed. It feels just like when we used to fool around back then. Fool around like in a family-friendly sort of way. Pinky promise. It wasn't family-friendly, was it? It's good to see you too, Yui. What brings you out here? Oh, you know. To be honest, dating apps or shows and all that aren't really my thing. But I saw that you were... Well, what are you making me say? Besides that, welcome to the mansion. Okay, I feel like, the best bet of getting out of here alive is choosing the childhood friend route. A default route, go. It's ginormous. I'll spare you from embarrassing yourself asking me and show you where my room is. Wait a second. I haven't cleaned up yet. You just offered me. She rushed off before I could get in a word. Somehow I get the sense that this has happened before. I guess I'll see her later. I should get back to exploring the house. Where next? Library! Let's go! Hello? Dang, this place is fancy. Okay, so we have a portrait of Damien and Kat in the background. Maybe Kat won't be dateable. Aw. She might be already with Damien. The library was like a library out of a movie. Grand, majestic. Nothing like your average library, which becomes a porn set after closing time. Wait, what? I took a few steps forward and noticed a girl with red hair at the back of the library. She was reading a magazine, or so it seemed from first glance. If you crane your head a bit to the side, you could see another book hidden behind the magazine. A/B Testing After the Apocalypse, First Edition by DB. Hey, what are you reading? Oh, this? Just another elementary. I mean, an absolutely fetch truth T-bomb. Yes! Oh, God! Can you believe that this one celebrity would, like, date another celebrity? I can't even! It's almost like they're people! I can see what you're actually reading, you know. Oh gosh, that's so embarrassing. Why would that be embarrassing? The book you're actually reading, sounds a lot more interesting. Where I come from, people make fun of people who do what I do, I guess. To them, a library is just a place to film porn after closing time. Totally not me. I'm Scarlet, by the way. You're Fern, correct? That's me. Nice to meet you in person, Scarlet. It's nice to meet you too, Fern. I'm curious, so what are you actually reading? Ooh. That, lip lick. I thought you'd never ask. Let me show... Ah! Scarlet dropped the magazine and book behind it on the floor, revealing a second magazine in her hands. Girl, how many books you holding? Ah. She ran away so fast I didn't even have a chance to say anything more. Shh. But A/B testing is a method to test web pages? I honestly do not know. Guess there's not much left to do here. I'll head on down to... Oh, okay, so it doesn't matter how I do this. I'll be forced to go everywhere. That's my guess. Probably. I don't know, she ran. She ran and our character never commented on it. So it was probably porn. It's probably porn. Library porn. Wow, calling this a backyard is like calling what happened to the Titanic a leak. The field goes farther than the eye can see. My eyes were quickly drawn to a girl running laps across the field. She's quick. She's getting closer and closer and... Oh, dang, you're cute. She slid to a stop in front of me. Howdy, I'm Allie. It's nice to meet ya. You're Fern, right? That's... I don't really care. Care for a jog, though? I feel like this decision is important. So I will save. We only have 3 save slots, so rip. Yeah, I like jogs. But I need to meet all the other girls first. So... Nah, I'll pass for now. I'll pass for now, Allie. But thank you. Actually, I'd rather... Alright, let's go! She grabbed my hand and pulled me with her at breakneck speed. Oh, it didn't matter what I chose! Ah! She's so fast! It takes all I have just to keep pace with her. The wind on my face feels nice, though. For some reason, I feel like I've missed this. Actually, I don't think I've ever gotten this... Ah! Come on! Keep up! We'll have you in tip-top shape in no time, soldier. Whatever nice thoughts I had floating in my head were thrown out by my newly assigned drill sergeant. I thought I signed up for a dating show, not a fitness show. Alright. I'm starting to hit a comfortable pace. Is that all you've got? Allie was widening the distance between us with a smile on her face. Call me simple, but I started running as fast as I could. Why? Ah! I gained more and more speed and watched as Allie slowly fell behind. Wow, you're running even faster than my dad did when he left. Oh my god! Allie! What the? I unconsciously slowed down, my face contorted with shock. In that single moment, she caught up and quickly surpassed me. I'm kidding. Jeez. No need to take everything so seriously. The bastard died before he even got the chance to. Did you kill him? Allie? Did you kill your dad? This is an important question if we're gonna date. Allie? Oh, I'm so. Don't be. I killed him myself! I called it! I called it! Oh no! What? The look on your face is hilarious! Don't worry so much, Fern. I'm kidding. Press X to doubt. Outdoors yandere tomboy. Maybe, I don't know, bro. I'm scared. Or am I? I felt my heart starting to give out less from running and more from the emotional roller coaster. I think going to the backyard was a mistake. We finished jogging a few minutes later. I'm completely out of breath. That was fun, Fern. Please don't stab me. Let's run again sometime. I feel like one of the endings is just gonna be me running from you. I fell to my knees to catch my breath and watched as she walked away effortlessly. But you'll have to be faster than that to keep up with me, Suitor. I laid on the grass like an old beast walrus gasping for air. I really like the writing in this game. Is this how I die? I don't think I'll have to be worried about telling Allie the truth with how hard it is to breathe. I think I'll live, at least for now. I rolled onto my back and relaxed for a moment. After I get up, I guess I'll head over to the games room. Let's leave the kitchen for last, because the kitchen is where the knives are. Hey! As I walk into the games room, my eyes were drawn to a girl playing a handheld game device. She looked deep in thought as her fingers moved and pressed buttons at lightning speed. Woo! New high score! Oh man, it's a shame I can't submit it. Oh, sup dude? Do you know what happened to the internet? What? Ever since I came to the island, I haven't been able to get any signal at all. I am literally going to die at this rate. You okay? Tell my followers they were the best. Bleh. What does a person even do in this situation? You press F. Are you okay? No worries, Fern. She'll be fine. Oh, hey, Kat. What's up? Life completely depending on an internet connection is up my alley. The social media, not so much. Yeah, social media is... Man, that's a whole new war zone. Oh, hey, Kat. What's up? We had to turn off all the internet to make sure no spoilers for the show to get out. Tara's just a bit overdramatic about it. You'll get used to it. Yo, tell me I'm being overdramatic when you literally just sent us back into the Stone Age. Sweetheart, you're wearing headphones and you can still play games. You're not in the Stone Age. Calm down. With games and electricity and other things, but still. Oh, I was so excited to stream for everybody when I got here. Said Defease. I honestly can't tell if I love or hate her. You're a streamer? Yo, I'm streaming this right now! Beat you to it! Yes, sir, that I am. I'm mostly a variety streamer, but I also stream real life too. And I can't now. Maybe you can just record things and post them later? I guess that's what I'll have to do, but that's so last year. What's so wrong about that? By the way, what's this whole show about? Wait, what? I honestly have no idea what I got into regarding pretty much everything to do with this show. Okay, this girl is too much of a zoomer. Yeah. It's a no from me, Chief. You didn't even do a bit of research before you decided to come here? Hey, don't get in my face about this. From what I heard from Kat, you didn't either. I have amnesia! Hey, I have amnesia, and not doing a little bit of research are totally different. I forgot to do my due diligence, and you forgot your life. Same deal. This is called Find Love or Die Trying. Can I kill her? It's not the same deal. Anyway, it's a dating show called Find Love. Kat can explain the rules more in detail. But it's pretty much what you expect from any generic dating TV show. And my name's Fern. I'm what Kat calls the suitor. Huh? So, it's like a visual novel dating sim game, except I'm stuck in it, rather than getting to play it myself? I guess so. Well, since this is a game... Oh, she's also the meta-breaking character. Okay. I'm going to win it! Wait, what? I'm not sure that's the right way to approach dating, but... Look out, world! Tara's coming! And she always wins! Okay, are you the type who says, like, I never lost my virginity because I never lose? Those are the vibes I'm getting. Tara ran off with a fiery look in her eyes. I've got no idea where she's headed. How do you win in a dating show? But who would? I guess there's nothing left to do here. I might as well head over to the kitchen. The place I fear the most. My boys! 1, these ribs are well done. Thank you, ma'am. They were supposed to be medium rare. Remake them all before the hour is up. We got a Gordon Ramsay! We eatin' good! I knew we should have just worked in accounting. Then I've got just the opportunity for you. 1, I've just bought one of the neighboring islands, and I need someone to balance the books. Please have that finished by nightfall. And don't forget about the ribs. I take it back! Oh, 1. The side dishes are magnificent, too. Keep it up, you diligent worker, you. Aw, shucks, you're too kind, ma'am. I don't get what I don't get what you're complaining about, bro. Violet's amazing, and she's even volunteering to help us lowly peons. Bro! She's brainwashed you! The soup is simply delightful. Good work, 3. Thank you, Violet. Gosh, she's 100 times better than when 4 bossed us around. Wait, what happened to 4? I couldn't agree more, bro. 1, if you insist on taking so long on the meatballs, perhaps we'll use your meatballs instead. Yeah, she's gonna be the... Yeah, that's gonna be her, alright. Just kidding. Though upon further thought, you'd never need them anyway, so perhaps... Not... I'm sorry, Gamov, it's not my idea, it's hers. She's such an angel. She just threatened one of you, bro. Are we even talking about the same person? No! It's okay, One. I'm with you, bro. I'll protect you. Hi there. Pardon me, I didn't see you there. Just a second. Just 1 second. I've got to clean up the soup that One set on fire earlier. How's that even possible? My brother burnt soup. It's 100% possible. Anything's possible if you put your mind to it. Evidently, the same is true if you lack a mind completely. Public education. Just kidding! Man, I feel like you're gonna call me a peasant. Hey, that one was uncalled for. Actually, we think the same about you all the time. 2! Why'd you throw a brother under a bus like that? I can confirm that. Take it back. 2 and 3, not bros. I wish Mom never had you guys. Oh, they're all brothers. Was he the oldest? Apologies for the delay. I'm finished now. I'm Violet Valentine. The pleasure is yours, Fern. I dislike you. You already know who I am? I imagine each contestant does, flying all the way out here for a whole week for a blind date. No one could be that unintelligent. Ooh, you and the gamer chick are gonna butt heads. Huh? I do hope you're worthy of being a suitor. You'll find that courting a lady is a different sport than the other girls. Ew, you're calling yourself a lady? It's true. She's one of the 2 daughters of the Valentine family. Who's the other one? They're even richer than Royal Black Media. Okay. Is there a lawsuit ending? Alright, 3. Your pay's cut by 50%. Enjoy your even shittier instant noodles. Is it too late to go back to school? 3, I believe in you! I am, how to say, fascinated. I'd like to see what makes you so special. I wouldn't be surprised if they just kidnapped me from the streets, to be honest with you. You look rather average to me. I guess you'll be in for a surprise, Violet. I do like a deafening explosion blasted through the kitchen. The spaghetti tonight will be, how to say, a little different. I hope you do not mind. Well, I respect that she knows how to cook at least. Most of these characters are just like, what? A kitchen utensil? Be gone! I'm not touching a peasant's work. So I respect that about her. You're not really putting one on the menu, right? Actual cannibal Violet Valentine? One, why is there a hole in the ceiling? Looks like they'll be busy in the kitchen for a while. Alright. Enough messing around. If you're on the show and you're not an underpaid grunt, come to the main entrance of the mansion. I guess that includes me. I should start heading over. That includes you too, Tara. I can see you playing, you know. You're not the boss of me. Oh my god, Tara. What have I gotten myself into? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah. I think there's only 5 routes, and Cat, there are 6 girls. So unfortunately, Cat is undateable. Rip. She might be a secret route, though. So, we gotta hold up our hopes for that. By the time I got here, Cat and the girls were surrounding a blackboard covered with scribbles and math equations. Why? And that's why Fern is the perfect soulmate for each of you. There's math involved with love? I'm sorry, you just drew a bunch of numbers and symbols that don't mean anything. It's like that bullshit math they show you on screen in a movie. You're late to the party, Fern. But you're just in time for the first alone time segment. Alone time segment? She's the better looking one? Yeah, out of all their designs, honestly, Cat's is the nicest. I'll go... Okay, my ranking will be Cat, Yui, Yandere, and then, Violet, and then Terra. Oh wait, I forgot about Scarlet! Okay, no more ranking. I have lost track. Alone time segment. You can't find your soulmate without having a little alone time together. Yui, why are you so blushy? What did we do in high school? It's time to pick your first soulmate candidate. One of 2 lovely ladies you'll get to spend time with this week. One of 2? So without further ado, who's it gonna be? Wait, I have to choose already? I haven't even had the chance to really talk with any of them yet. I know I don't like Terra. Don't think of it that way. Think of it more like, well, who do you want to talk to the most right now? Alright, I guess. I'd like to spend today's alone time with a save state! Okay. Okay, bros, who should we choose? Okay, so it's Allie, Scarlet, Terra, Violet, or Yui. So, Allie, the scary yandere we met outside who possibly killed her father. Scarlet, the person who was possibly reading porn in the library. Terra, she is Terra. Violet, the person who threatened to cannibalize someone. And Yui, our high school friend. Yeah, I was leaning towards Yui too. Yui, the safe route, let's go! Yui. Honestly, I was low-key tempted to talk to... girl, just to convince her not to eat the staff. Yes! Cough it up, 4! I won the bet. But that was my whole salary. How am I gonna... 4! You don't bet your entire salary! And a great choice, Fern. I knew I could count on you. Alright, places, people. Let's get this show on the road. Yes, ma'am. And action! The forest to the north of the house was as serene as it could be. With each step forward, I felt the soft earth give way beneath my feet and the wind caress my skin. Green as far as the eye can see, and her in a flowing white dress standing in the middle of it all. Hey there, Fern. What you doing all the way out here? Yui route, let's go! Let's save! Oh man, I'm scared. I don't know what choices matter. Yeah, I could ask you the same thing. I'm not gonna try to flirt with her right away and say I was looking for you. I could ask you the same. I guess so. Yui had the cutest giggle, the kind that instantly put a smile on your face. So far, no choices mattered. Yeah, I think, just the choosing of the girls is the one that matters the most right now. I think they're just warming us up. This probably only has like 2 or 3 choices that matter per girl. That makes sense. That makes sense. Care to join me for a walk? I'd like that. Aww. Look at that CG. Yui's a Disney princess. What's your catch? Pardon. We started to walk down the forest path together. I couldn't help but to be fascinated by her hair flowing like water in the wind. I doubt you remember, but I'm from way out in the country. I grew up surrounded by animals, nature, you name it. Yeah, I know. Honestly, that bird looks like it's gonna try to maul her. Not gonna lie, this gray one right here. It was just me and my grandma, my 2 little brothers, and the alpacas, and my bunnies Bun and Bun, and the kitchen and the chickens, and too many farm animals to count. To answer your question from earlier, nature takes me back home. Do you still live there? Yep, wouldn't have it any other way. Though I had moved to the city for a bit, way back when. You know, that's when I met you. How'd we meet? Oh, man. I just had a flashback of walking my dog because of remembering birds. Like, there's this duck that was by this wetland that just straight up ran towards me and my dog Lucky. Just tried to attack her. It was terrifying. We needed to run. Birds in general suck, man. Well, you know, one thing I hated about the city is that everyone's in a rush. People just walk by each other as if they're obstacles to get past instead of, well, people. I came to the city alone, didn't know left from right. And I got lost. I swear, every building looks the same. Me in downtown. It's okay. I get lost too. You can say that again. I'd try to ask people for directions to where I would live or where the school was, but no one would give me the time of day. Except for you. I helped you? Yeah! You didn't even know me, but you took the time to help me figure my way around. Gosh, I've never been so embarrassed in my life. You were embarrassed? You know. Shy. We found out later we were going to the same high school, but we never talked too much after that. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Oh, it's not your fault, Fern. I had to move back home pretty soon after anyway. Well, I'm happy I'm getting a second chance to get to know you better, Yui. I feel the same way, Fern. You're just like how I remember. Well, actually, the whole trying to date 5 girls at a time thing came out of nowhere. But life is full of surprises, I guess. Pardon? It shouldn't take long to remove them from the equation. Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear you. Just a little joke. All the girls are crazy! Well, I guess I need to rely on my hot and crazy scale to choose who I'm gonna be with. I was just saying, I'm so happy to see you again. Here's to the future. True. He did say this was a battle royale. But Damien also did say that none of the girls knew. But it looks like the girls are ready to rumble anyways. So dang. We spent the rest of the day taking in the nature and making up for lost time. Apparently, I was always ending up in trouble back then. I guess not much has changed. Something about Yui made it so easy to open up. I found myself almost telling her the truth about the show several times. Even though I couldn't tell her the whole truth, I could tell her just enough of what was worrying me to make me feel at home and at ease. Whatever is getting you down, I'm sure it'll be okay. No matter what, I'm on your side, Fern. Hello? Ooh! This bedroom is fancy. I stumbled back to my room and plopped onto my bed. I was just about to close my eyes when I heard a knock at the door. Oh yeah, I hope the audio's alright. Game to voice audio. I shuffled over in a haze. Hey there, Fern. Sorry to bother you this late. It's alright. What's up, Kat? Don't mind me. Just gonna make myself real comfortable. Hello? Oh, you can't hear the game? Ooh, I'll hire it up then. Boop-a-doo-doo. How's that? There should be background music now. Oh boy, best girl! Since she has CGs, I think she might be dateable. I don't know. Kat walked by me and comfortably sat herself on my bed. Oh my god, you have no idea how much better your beds are compared to the staff. You'd think the ones actually working here would get treated nicely. I closed the door, then sat facing her on the opposite side of the bed. I'm guessing you're not coming to my room late at night to start a workers' union. I wonder, what would you want me to come to your room for instead? I can think of a few things. You'd think 5 women would be enough for one person. You're incorrigible, Fern. Anyway, as the producer, I'm obliged to help you survive until the end of the show. Just until the end of the show? I'm heartbroken. Being your babysitter doesn't pay well enough to make a long-term gig. I'll be checking in with you each night to let you know how you're doing and give you advice here and there. That's nice of you. Thanks, Kat. Well, to be honest, finding a new person to take your place would be a recruiting nightmare. I feel so loved, Kat. Back to the topic. Our audience really loved your date with Yui today. People online can't stop raving about you and Yui. I mean, it's mostly death threats targeted at you because they don't want to be in your position, but it's something. Nice to know that the outside world is safer than here. They're just jealous. Most people would dream of having someone here, like Yui, having someone like Yui be their soulmate candidate. Then again, it's no fun if this is just the Yui show. We need drama, love triangles, betrayal. So tomorrow, I want you to find out who your other soulmate candidate is and ask them out on a date. Ooh, okay, I feel like this is actually important. With what Yui said, though, I do not want to go on a second date with her. Alright, sounds good to me. Really? Since you had such a great date with Yui, I'm surprised you agreed so easily. Well, it was a bit weird, but at the end of the day, this is a TV show. You need the ratings to survive. I think she's the most sane girl. Out of everyone, Yui probably would be the safest bet. Probably. You're exactly right, and more specifically, you need those ratings to survive, or they'll axe the show before the last day. Okay, Guess we shouldn't pick the safe option. Gotta keep things spicy. What happens to me if that happens? Well, it'd be as if you didn't end up with anyone at the end of the show. Ah, got it. Well, that's simple enough. I'm impressed at how well you took that. Have you been on a life or death killing dating show before? No, but I've seen Danganronpa. Does that count? I'm impressed at how well you took that. Have you been on a life or death killing dating show before? No, but I've seen Danganronpa. Does that count? I'm still trying to play with game audio in hopes that you can actually hear the background music. Can't say I have. Well, that's pretty much what I needed to tell you before tomorrow. It's getting late, and we both got our big days tomorrow. How about we call it a night? Yay! I'm glad. Thank you, Gamal, for telling me. Sounds good to me. If it's worth anything, I'm sorry. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Fern. Oh, idea! If I purposely, piss off all the other 5 girls, will Kat save me? And I can be with her. Good night, Kat. She left my room, closing my door behind her. I went back to laying in bed and closed my eyes. I kept thinking about Yui before I slept. The sound of waves crashing against the shore. Hey. Oh God. I can hear a woman's voice call out to me within a dream. You probably can't hear me in there, but... I try to respond, but no words come out. Fern, promise me one thing. Don't forget. Don't you dare forget. You promised. Oh no, did I promise one of them that I'd choose them already? Promises are unbreakable, right? That's what you told me. You promised. But you lied, didn't you? Episode 2, the second one. Anywho, I'm actually gonna refill on water. I'll be right back. Getting really interesting. People came in while I was out drinking water. What, huh? Hello, Bright Bee Live. Hello, Phoenix. Good luck with work. I see what you did there. In the morning, the girls and I decided to hang out in the garden outside the house. Oh, speaking of, I hope you guys haven't been waiting long. Oh wow, there's all kinds of flowers here that I've never seen here before. Really? You've never seen a tulip? Yeah, I agree with Scarlet That's suspicious.
Grandma and I only grew hyacinths back home, so no.
Wait, I forget. Do blue hyacinths represent pride or envy? I know they represented one of the seven deadly sins. I'm kidding. The game's louder than you are now. Oh no! Is that better? Hello, hello! Wait, what? Oh no, we got nemesises in the chat?
Grandma and I only grew hyacinths back at home, so nope.
But yeah, if what I said wasn't heard that well, a certain color hyacinth, I believe it's blue, represented one of the seven deadly sins, and it's either envy or pride. So, Yui might be a yandere! Oh dear! Not even on the internet? And I thought I had to get out more. Playing with audio settings. I can't believe that. The only flowers I ever work with are Venus flytraps. Fair enough, fair enough. What do you do with those? We do a lot of experiments at the lab. Don't you ever find yourself thinking, wouldn't it be cool to make a Venus flytrap that could walk and talk? Huh! Okay. Please don't use me as an experiment. I am a fern. I'm glad you only work on carnivorous plants. Okay. Literally never. It's whatever. She ran away 2 years ago. Oh! So you were successful! It won't be on the island, right? I mean, it's been 2 years. Both my neighbors lost their pet cats on the same day, too. I miss you, Fluffy. You sure they were lost? Tea's ready! Thanks, Violet. I got a cup for everybody. The aroma from the tea really worked up my appetite. Oh, just... I mean... True, the producer probably is the safest bet, but out of the 5 candidates we have, as much as it pains me to say it, I think Tara might be the safest. I don't think she'll kill anyone, or me, for that matter. I have prepared some treats for us as well. Please enjoy. We spent the rest of the morning eating delicious treats and sipping on delicious tea, as we theorized what might have happened to Fluffy. Personally, my money's on the felines being the culprit. Every cat I've met has had a nasty surprise up their sleeve. Wait, Protag. You're telling me that you just think the cats ran away? What? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I was checking if all of them were here.
Oh, there you are, Fern. I've been looking for you. It's time to decide who's your other soulmate candidate. You remember what we discussed yesterday, right?
How could I forget? It's not like I've ever forgotten anything important before, except for, well, everything. Oh, that's so mean to say to Protag, but I'm kinda inclined to agree. I'm just gonna blame it on the amnesia. I'm blaming it on the amnesia.
Save for the shark for whichever poor girl you end up seeing today?
Wait, pardon? Did I miss something? Oh, save the snark! Okay. Save the snark for whichever poor girl you end up seeing today. Ouch! That stings.
It'll just be between your two soulmate candidates from here on out. So choose wisely.
Oh, I can only do 2 routes per session. Ooh, so I'm guessing mixing and matching the girls would cause, like, different routes to appear? Okay, who would Yui fight the least with? I'm going with Allie. Sporty with Country Girl. If we're not chosen within the first few days, what are we gonna do instead?
Well, we are on Tropical Paradise. Think of the rest of the show as a vacation. It's not like you're losing anything. Soulmates aren't real anyway.
Not much for romance, are you, Kat?
How could you tell?
Wait a minute, Kat. Will we be splitting up the group after today?
Nope, don't worry. You'll still be able to hang out together. And who knows where it will go.
Good to know my battle plans will still come in handy.
I mean friendship plans. Good to know I still get to see my new friends. Yes, sir.
They're all crazy. So without further ado,
Fern, who's the unlucky girl
I'd like to spend time with today? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go Allie. Farm girl with athletic. Yeah. Ooh, farm girl and rich kid though. Maybe. But then again, she did say that all the other girls will be staying on the island. So maybe if one of the other girls end up dead, I'll just be forced to choose another one. But yeah, let's go Allie. Even though you might have killed your father. Let's go. That's a win in my book. 2 less psychos and you get best girl. Fair. Why would you want to choose Fern? Bro, I'm the suitor. I'm the one picking the girls to date.
We'll make it happen. Let's get the cameras rolling, people. We're in for a bumpy ride. Now, be a dear and give us a minute to set up the scene,
You're not gonna set up a coliseum, are you? Oh, okay, we're just gonna go on a jog together. Okay, that's not bad. How I let Allie talk me into this, I'll never know. Oh, aw. Thank you, Phoenix. I believe you already chose to hang out with me by choosing to tune into the stream, which I'm very thankful for. How I let Allie talk me into this, I'll never know. You sure this is a good idea?
There's only one way to find out, isn't there?
Allie grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the slope of the hill. Wait, we're not gonna jump off, are we?
Relax, Fern. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I could die. Would it be too much to ask to be on a TV show that didn't end up with me dead?
Don't worry, I've got you.
Oh shit! Allie slipped on her rollerblades, pulling me down the hill with her. Oh no!
I tried to step back up on reflex, but all I could do is stand up with the rollerblades.
Oh fuck!
We started rolling down the hill, faster, faster, and faster.
Allie was rolling down the hill backwards at full speed. I could see panic in her eyes. I couldn't figure out how to stop. We were going faster and faster. I screamed. Allie laughed and pointed at me. Gosh, your face is priceless! I love it! Oh no, she's gonna have joy in killing me. I warned you about the hills, bro. At least it wasn't the stairs.
Allie turned around effortlessly and somehow glided next to me, without ever having let go of my hand. Her breakneck pace became slower and slower as she steered us back and forth repeatedly. Before I knew it, we were gliding down the road smoothly. The wind felt so nice.
Aww. Oh, it's those type of rollerblades. I'm more used to the other type. The one with all four wheels in a line. Yeah, that's the one I'm used to.
Now you're getting the hang of it.
You've got a funny way of teaching.
The best way to teach a bird how to fly is throwing it off a cliff, no?
That's definitely a way of looking at it.
Don't worry about it. You weren't ever in danger.
Have you been rollerblading for a long time?
Nope. I actually just learned how to today.
What was that about never being in danger? Shh. Oh man, she's gonna make my death look like an accident.
You're quite the daredevil, aren't you?
What gave that away? She laughed as she slapped me on the back.
You know, you're a pretty quick learner. You picked up rollerblading almost as fast as I did.
This might be how it works, but birds, one, have no choice, and two, Gamov, did birds hurt you? Why do you hate birds so? I know they are dicks, I agree. Birds can be dicks, but they're not that bad. Well, I've got a pretty great teacher. It's a lot fun hanging out with you, Allie.
Shucks. I feel the same way, Fern. I bit my tongue while saying that. It's great to be around someone willing to go around on an adventure. The world's gone crazy, and we're all gonna die. You might as well be around people that make life worth living.
She has a point there, but with the context of this game... Oh no, she's not gonna be like the type of, if you're not gonna be with me, then I won't let anyone be with you. Stab. Oh, Allie, please. I couldn't say it better myself.
You know, I bet you can't skate backwards.
You're right on that. I've went rollerblading, but I've never done it backwards. I bet all the girls are a yandere in one of them. Yup. My bet's all of them are a yandere. In one shape or form. Or crazy. Yandere or crazy.
Allie reversed and started skating backwards as if to taunt me.
Oh, why is that?
I just think it's a bit too scary for a person who screams when they start going down a little bump. I'm Fern and I can't handle a little bump. Ah, help me!
Come on, it was a hill.
Yeah.
I felt a fire light inside me. Bring it on, Allie. Oh, are you sure? Did I stutter? There comes a time in every person's life where we know we're taking a stupid bet, but we do it anyway.
With the power of my misplaced confidence and adrenaline, I jumped high into the air. I am not doing... I'm saving. This has to be death. Okay, I think me just agreeing to be with you, story of my life. 360 no scope! And did a 360 rotation! Wait, am I spinning or is the world spinning? I'm not sure. Then it dawned on me. Oh, fuck. I think a 360 was safer than doing a backflip. No, I won't let you kill Fern. You're going to wish we had. What? What the hell? You're up! You okay, Fern? Try not to move. You're a little banged up right now, but you'll be just fine in no time. Kat and I treated your injuries pretty well, if I do say so myself. Secret route with another girl? What? 7 routes? Or unless the person talking to me is one of the 6 girls we know. I don't know. What happened? You skated backwards. We're defining skating quite liberally, huh? How'd I get here? I carried you here. Dang, she's strong! Oh man, my head. Take it easy. It's only been a few hours since you KO'd yourself. Well, it's sort of my fault, but I made you some food. It should help get your strength back up quick. Thanks, Allie. That's really nice of you. Don't expect something that Violet would make. All I can promise is food that is probably healthier than my last suggestion before you knocked yourself out. I'll take my chances. I took a bite of the food, cautiously. I'm dying. For a moment, Allie was wide-eyed out of shock and horror. I'm just messing with you. The food's delicious. Thanks, Allie. Allie looks like she's ready to murder me. I just figured I'd get a little bit of payback. You know, no one forced you to jump. She laughed and slapped me on the shoulder, then ran her hand through my hair and scratched it. I found myself smiling and admiring her blue eyes. I'm looking forward to our next adventure, Fern. But promise not to be too stupid again, okay? You baited me! I'll be stupid if I want to! I'll try my best, but people can't help but do stupid things to impress a pretty girl. I guess impressed is what we'll call it. Oh, she's blushing. We spent the rest of the day making fun of each other for how stupid we were being. Somehow, some way, Allie could take the ordinary and turn it into an adventure. I was laughing so hard I could barely feel any pain. Before I knew it, it was nighttime. That's actually really cute. Like, if Allie didn't make a joke about killing her father, I think she'd be up there in waifu status. I was about to enter my room when I felt a familiar tap on my shoulder. Hey there, Fern. Got a minute? I want to make Yui and Allie jealous. It'd be good for ratings. Pardon? You're no fun. Anyway... She opened the door to my room and walked inside. I followed suit. I've got some good news. I'm all ears. Turns out my strategy worked. We gotten enough ratings to avoid early canning. Don't get the wrong people. Don't get me wrong, people loved it when you and Yui were the main ship, but now with Allie, as some serious competition, let's just say online threads went from optimistic and united to downright murderous. Well, I'm glad I get to I'm glad to hear I get to live another day. For now, at least, but that'll change quickly if our viewers don't feel like your relationships with both of them are progressing.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because if I keep hopping from girl to girl, they'll just think I'm a player and be like, kick the suitor out! Brr, they don't care about anyone.
Kat laughed and took a seat on my bed.
Hey, we're back to this CG.
You know, I'm curious about how you're feeling about Yui and Allie. Between those two, do you have a favorite?
Yui! Oh, wait, I actually think this is important. Hang on. Okay, so I think the actual things in the route don't matter, but I think that this really matters. Since that it's a reality TV show, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Kat tells them who I chose. That I favor one over the other. So yeah, I'm choosing Yui. I like Yui more.
I think I have a better connection with Yui right now. It's Yui, you know?
It's practically self-explanatory. She's the best.
I had a feeling you'd say that, and you're right to say that. Well, we'll see where things go with Yui. Something tells me you'll get a chance to hang out with her again tomorrow.
What's your call, Gamov? Because I think every route leads to doom. So this is gonna be fun.
Anyway, that's it for today. Keep it up, and who knows, you might just be the first one to make it out of here.
Pardon?
Night, Fern.
Good night, Kat.
She left my room, closing the door behind her. Guess it's time to turn in for the night. I see waves crash soundlessly against the shore and dissolve to nothing before they reach my feet. This must be my dream. She's next to me. I can't make out her face or even hear her voice, but I know it's her. The way the pale moonlight dances in her hair is so nostalgic. You look like you've seen a ghost, Fern. Somehow I can't see your face, nor hear your voice, but I know it's you.
I'm fine, don't worry about it.
I hear my own voice speaking, as if it were coming through an old cassette. Are you thinking about what's going on out there right now?
10 books that it's better on this side. Out there, every day is a fight to stay alive. Here, at least there's food, shelter, a place to call home, and most importantly, high speed and unlimited internet.
I reach out for her hand and hold it tight. And people that love you. I know. And I love you too. I know how lucky I am to be here, but I still want to see the other side.
Why? You wouldn't survive a day out there. Same goes for me.
Because it's real. It's real life.
Am I dating someone in VR? What is this?
Where things happen that aren't planned by some producer. Where living just isn't following a script.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'll do anything for just a taste of it. We've been over this. I know. I'm just so tired of this. What the hell are we doing here, Fern? I felt the same way she did, but there's nothing we could do. Not if we valued our lives. There's no escaping from here alive. We're living another day. But what are we living for? I sighed. You really want to see the other side that badly? Yes. I laughed, and when she had that look in her eye, I knew there was no convincing her otherwise. Even if she had to go alone, she'd see it through. Oh, did I fall in love with someone before? And I loved her for that. I guess you'll owe me $10 pretty soon. She laughed. He'll be the judge of that. Take a chance! Oh my gosh, I heard what happened yesterday. Are you okay? No worries, I'm good. Thanks, Yui. How many routes did you say there were? Let me check. On the game page, actually. There are... There are... Jeez, I can't find it. 7! There are 7 unique endings. Oh, okay. So 7. 1, 2. There are the 5 girls. Cat. That's 6. And I'm guessing 1 where you die. I'm so relieved. Yeah, 7 endings and 6 girls. Yeah. Should you not be resting after yesterday? Nah, no need. I've only got a few scrapes and bruises. I'm surprised both of you aren't dead after what you pulled. Believe me too. Unless there's a harem ending. But I doubt that's the case. Wait, what? I mean, no worries, Scarlet. I've been rollerblading for longer than most people have ever. Technically, that's probably true, but you should teach us how to rollerblade, Allie. Out of everyone to say that, I was not expecting Tara. It seems like it'd be fun. Are you sure, Tara? I feel like that might not be a good idea. What's the worst that could happen? I like your attitude, girl. Come on, let's hit the road. Allie grabbed Tara's hand and pulled her away. Sometime later. Hey, Tara, how was skating? Oh no! Allie traumatized her! There's no words. I think Allie broke Tara. Scarlet waved her hands frantically in front of Tara's face, as if to check if anyone was still in there. Tara, you in there? Hey Tara, the internet's back. I guess nobody's home. Is there a medic on this island? Luckily, Tara was fine. After that was resolved, we spent the rest of the morning playing video games as therapy for Tara. Yes, video game therapy. The best kind. She still doesn't remember a thing about what happened. What did you see, Tara? I guess we'll never know. I figure it's about time to talk with Kat about my next date, but I felt a tap on my back. Kat, is that... I turned around and the girl in front of me was as surprised as I was. Kat? No, this is Allie. Sorry, Allie. What's up? She looked to see if anyone else was around before she spoke. Have you noticed anything weird lately? Like a murder? What do you mean? Don't get me wrong, I had a lot of fun on our date earlier, but something about this show is weird. I went out for a walk in the forest last night, 'cause it's gorgeous and all. But after I got there, I must have dozed off for a minute. Taking a nap in a forest at night? You're braver than most, Allie. Let me finish. When I woke up, I was back in my room on my bed. And I swear I don't remember ever walking back. Huh? That sounds pretty crazy if that really happened. You sure you just didn't have a weird dream? Now that you mention it, I tried Scarlett's cooking for fun last night. That was a big mistake. Maybe I'm just imagining things, but... Did you not notice anything strange happen last night? I don't think so. It was just a regular night. I had a conversation with Kat in my room, but that was it. Damn, 5 girls to date wasn't enough, huh? Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Well, I guess I'll just be staying away from Scarlett's cooking and chalk it up to a weird-ass dream. Thanks for listening, Fern. It's my pleasure, Allie. See you later. Have I been calling Allie Alice this whole time? Whoops. Anywho, I need to blow my nose. Be right back. I can breathe again. She ran off just as fast as she had come initially. Someone's in a hurry. Hey, Kat, I was looking for you. Afternoon, Fern. Same here. I wanted to ask, did your guys do anything last night to Allie? Not that I know of. Pardon. Our staff leaves the cast alone at night. I guess there's nothing to worry about. Kat's been honest with me so far about everything. Or has she? Right? Anyway, more importantly, it's time for Phase 2. You've done pretty decently with setting up you and Allie as your soulmate candidates. People are eating it up. Their romance? Whatever. More importantly, every time they're on screen, we get one hell of a ratings boost. From here on out, you'll only be going on dates with either of them. That'll be your best bet to get out of here alive. Oh, maybe I can choose to date the other girls. Does that sound good to you? You almost make it sound like I have a choice. I'm glad we're on the same page as always, Fern. But enough with the pleasantries. Who's the unlucky girl today? Ha ha ha. I guess I'd like to spend today with... Oh, okay, it's not. Let's check up on Allie. Yeah, okay. Yeah, let's check up on Allie. Since that she got, something happened to her at night. Really now? I'm surprised considering how you KO'd yourself last time. But that's none of my business. We'll start by filming down the beach. See you there. Loading. Howdy, Fern. You ready for round 2? I figured you might want to hang out somewhere where rollerblades didn't work. Aw, I spent all night dreaming of the next chance I could use those 2 little death machines. Then I think you'll love what we got in store today. There's no wheels where we're going. What do you mean? You'll see. Follow me. First we're gonna need you to close your eyes. Allie? I'm not sure where this is going. Nothing to worry about, Fern. I'll be right next to you the whole time.
Because that's always gone well.
Hasn't it? Allie moved behind me and covered her eyes with her hands. Now, let's just keep walking forward. Trust me.
Right.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't somewhat enjoying this. My heart skipped a beat when she wrapped her arms around me. I cautiously took a step forward, step after step forward. First, I felt dirt, then sand, then water?
Are you trying to make me drown myself?
Of course not! Though, I have to admit, this does look
A lot like how they killed people back in the day.
Excuse me?
Excuse me? Allie?
We're going to want to take a really high step forward next, or it's gonna hurt. I raised my right leg as high as I could, then stepped forward.
Something clanged like metal. Are we going cage diving? Next, I brought over my left leg.
Keep your eyes closed for just a second longer. I gotta do one thing. Allie let go of me and took a few steps forward. Brace yourself! Wait, what's... I was knocked off my feet by the sudden movement and opened my eyes on reflex.
Oh, okay, we're just, what's it called? Waveboarding? Is that what this is called? Huh. What a cute CG. I actually really like the art for this game. Water sprayed onto my body as I struggled to regain my balance.
All aboard the SS St. Allie.
When and where did you get a boat?
Pretty cool, right? I found this baby in the back of the mansion this morning.
You just found it?
Anyway, I asked Kat if I could take it for a spin. She said that as long as we stay within a few clicks of the island, we're good. Or the engine will automatically shut off. So I thought, why not have a little joyride ride around the island?
I actually love boating. Oh, this would be amazing. Yeah, I like the sound of that.
And away we go!
We cruised around the island for a while, taking note of the different buildings covering the island. The mansion seemed so small from way out here. Hours flew by as we cruised around. Allie took a deep breath inside.
You okay, Allie? You don't seem as chipper as usual.
I guess I'm a little homesick. It's nothing to do with you, promise. I'm just worried about my old man. You said he was dead! I'm sorry, wasn't your father... Ah, yeah, he's long gone. You know the old story about New Asia? I'm talking about Lucas. He was a good friend of my dad's, and he's taken care of me and a whole lot of other kids. Sounds like a cool dude.
You sure have a way with words, don't you, Fern? I don't dwell much on the past. It just slows you down.
I couldn't agree more.
Is that the amnesia talking?
Who knows?
She laughed as she put her hand tenderly against my cheek. I'm more worried he'll get himself into trouble if I'm not around to keep him in check.
What's he like?
Let's just say that a lot of how I act is from him, but much more restrained.
What? If you're like this, I guess I wouldn't survive even a single day hanging out with him.
Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing at all. Allie made a sharp turn. The sudden force almost threw me out of the boat. Hey, what was that for?
Oh, nothing at all. I couldn't help but smile at her. She was practically shining when she had the devilish grin. You sure he's doing I'm sure he's doing just fine, Allie. He's probably watching right now just to make sure you're safe. You're probably right, now that I think about it. He always wastes the day watching shitty reality TV shows. Which gives me an idea. What's that? With one hand on the wheel, Allie turned to me and kissed me on the lips. I kissed her back. It felt like lightning was running through my veins. The boat started to rock back and forth more and more, uncontrollably, but we didn't stop. That's gotta give Lucas a heart attack. I thought you said you wanted him alive. Seriously, what kind of father lets their daughter go on a trashy show like this? I couldn't help but laugh. Whatever. It's been a fun ride so far. And here's to the next one with you, Fern. She kissed me once again, sending the boat into an erratic frenzy. We spent the rest of the day together, cruising around on the boat until we ran out of daylight. Oh, wait! I just realized Allie got our first kiss! Oh! What are the girls gonna think about that? I was about to turn in for the night when I heard a knock on my door. Hey, Kat, I thought you weren't going to come over tonight. Sorry about that. I got tied up in some things. Is everything okay? Good as always. Can you join me for a walk? Sure, that sounds nice. Then away we go. We walked at a relaxed pace, with Kat slightly ahead, leading the way. So, how are you feeling about day 3, Fern? Oh yeah, every route is 7 days. You still feeling Yui? I'm not sure. I've only been on 1 date with her. Yui is a great girl, but I don't know if I'd call her my favorite. Really? Damn, you sure you changed your mind quickly, Fern. I'm indecisive. I'm sorry. I feel like anyone who has to date you is in for a nasty surprise. Hey, I've only just gotten to know each of them. Isn't it natural for things to change up quickly this early on? I guess so, but that's not what the internet will think. But that's not my problem. Well, I'm happy you've at least got one girl you're really interested in. But it helps you've got chemistry with both. Tomorrow, you'll be going on a date with your other soulmate candidate instead. Let's milk this love triangle for all it's worth. Sound good to you? I'm noticing a pattern in making it sound like I have a choice when I really don't. None of us really have a choice nowadays, I'm afraid. Alright, I gotta get back to editing today's footage. You ready to head back to the mansion? Sounds good to me. We walked back in comfortable silence. Night. See you later, Kat. If we get caught trying to escape, there's no telling what would happen to us. It's a chance we have to take. I know, but we need to know what we're up against. We know the island better than anyone by now, Fern. We'll be fine. I'm not sure. Damien's brought in that scientist for his latest experiment. All I've heard is that she's the one who built the prototype. The one Damien used to turn Six into a vegetable. Oh. Not to mention the old test audience, too. Shit. I think they must have killed at least 100 people by now. And they still haven't perfected it. If we get caught... I get what you're trying to say. Are you still with me on this? It's not too late. You didn't have to ask. Of course I'm with you. Who are you? Somehow I know you're close by. But every time I see your face, the dream ends.
The second season, go. Okay. Spooky ookie. Oh! You're not the girls I chose. A beach scene? Seriously?
Not only notorious, but oh so predictable. Oh, come on, it's the beach. Don't be so negative.
It's actually getting kind of loud.
I guess you're right. It's not every day you get to go to the beach. You alright, Tara? You've looked better.
Tara was practically crawling on the beach sand, like a zombie with one arm.
Sunlight, my worst enemy. We meet again, you piece of shit.
There's some shade under the beach umbrellas over there, Tara. You look like you could use it. I swear, I've never seen Tara move so fast. Let's go in the water, come on. Scarlet grabbed Violet by her hand and pulled her towards the water.
Ah, but I didn't bring anything to change. Now that's the spirit. Wait up, you guys.
Yui, you're wearing white. I suggest not getting wet. And just like that, they're off. You have to join them? It'd be crazy to miss out on this. Just one thing first. Allie pulled me in with her arms and kissed me passionately. Oh, I think I'm on the Allie route. Uh-oh. I wanted to be with Yui. Uh-oh.
It's hotter when the other girls are around. You think they saw?
I couldn't stop my jaw from dropping. The look on your face is priceless, my god. Try to keep up. Allie ran to join the other girls in the water. I smiled and followed suit. We spent the rest of the morning enjoying the warm weather on the beach. Swimsuit cutscene? Nope. Ugh, my head. You okay? You don't look so good. Not so loud. My head's killing me after I had a ton of wine last night. I still had to edit our broadcast after that, which didn't help. Ladies and gentlemen, I present the woman who decides whether I get to live or die every night. And she was very, very drunk when she did just that. Thank you, thank you. I'll be here all week. Clearly you're still alive, Fern, so it's all good. Believe me, you drink too if you worked here. Just look at the Brothers 5. You're working at a futuristic evil corp, trademark. Has to come with some benefits, right? You'd think, but we still have to pay for dental out of pocket. Before I forget what this show's all about. Today's the day you go on a date with. Who was your other soulmate candidate again? Yui. How much did you drink last night, Kat? Whatever, I knew that. Just testing you. Duh. Right. Alright, let's get this second date with Yui started. Woo! Whoa, someone tell the world to stop spinning like a little bitch. I'm pretty much fucked, huh? I could see Yui waving at me from the top of the hill. Hey there, Fern. It's nice to see you again. It's nice to see you too, Yui. You wanted to show me something? Now that I was closer, I could see Yui was holding one hand behind her back. Believe me, it's the most amazing thing you've ever seen. Behold! It's a bunny! It was indeed a bunny. Where did this little guy come from? To be honest, I've got no idea. I wonder if he's a wild one or somebody's pet. I've asked around, but it doesn't look like he belongs to anybody. So I've been taking care of him
since I found him.
I have no idea how did she catch that bunny. I told you, Yui is a Disney princess.
I just couldn't help myself, you know?
Yui's smile was as earnest as could be. Didn't you have a pet bunny back home?
I had two, Bun and Bun Bun. Both of them are total rascals, but Bun 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 here is a good boy, aren't you? She nuzzled against Bun Bun Bun's head. Yes, you are. Nuzzle, nuzzle, fuzzy, fuzzy. We played with the bunny for a little while. She picked the bunny up and held it in her arms. Bun 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 looked quite content. You know, you're pretty amazing with animals, Yui. Well, I've been surrounded by animals my whole life. Back in my house, well, to be honest, it was more of a barn than anything. Since my brothers were too young and Grandma was getting up there, I had to take care of all the animals. Grandma's taken care of them ever since they were born. My parents were supposed to take care of them after Grandma retired, but... well, you know, life happens. I'm just glad I have what I have. Ah! Bun 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 managed to squeeze out of her hands and ran off. We gotta catch him. Let's go. On it. I ran as fast as I could after Bun Bun Bun, but it was no use. The distance kept widening. Before long, we couldn't even see him anymore. Sorry I couldn't catch him. He's really fast for something so small. Don't worry about it. Bun 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 likes to do this all the time. He's a bit mischievous, but he won't do anything dangerous. We could take our time looking for him. Oh no! No, I don't want to think about Bun 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 getting eaten. If you're willing to help. Of course, Yui. We started walking towards where we last saw Bun Bun Bun, right after we caught our breath. Gosh, isn't it so nice to be outside? The smell of fresh air, the breeze. There's nothing like it. There really isn't. I smiled. At first, I was really excited to go to the city. There's so many people, so many things to do, so many beautiful things. And most of all, I got to meet you. Shucks, you're gonna make me blush. She laughed and slapped me on the arm. Even so, the city's just not my thing. It's a little bit funny. Though the reason I had come home all of a sudden was terrible, a part of me was glad to be home. Ever had that feeling before? I have. It's strange, but sometimes there's good in the bad, and sometimes the good can outweigh the bad. Exactly. You get it, Fern. My family's never been closer. And that's all I want. They told me to make a lot of money in the city, make something of myself and all that. It might seem old-fashioned, but I just want to put the people I love first. That's all you got in life, really. I'm curious. What did you put first in life?
Oh no. Gamoth, what did you send me? Ooh. I'd say family. They'd have to be family, no doubt.
Oh, is that so? I think we'd make a great team then.
I see that it's a video, Gamoth, but what type of video? We talked for several hours about what we wanted out of life. We seemed to match up perfectly. I was beaming the whole time. It was hard to believe that...
It's Bun Bun Bun!
Yui pointed in front of us, and sure enough, there was Bun Bun Bun, chomping on a bush. I've never seen anyone move so fast. Yui descended on Bun 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 like a hawk and grabbed him in an instant. Motion picture Sky. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, apparently Yui is as fast as a hawk. So there's that. No! The bunny! I've seen that clip before! Why would you send me it? Oh no! The bun bun!
You're going back to your den, you bad little bunny. But I'm happy you're safe.
She nuzzled her face against his fur. Bun Bun was practically purring with delight. The Bun Bun was shot! No! There better not be bows and arrows in this visual novel, I swear.
Then she looked right at me. I can't promise I can give you the most exciting life with the most twists and turns around every corner. But I can promise that if you choose me, I'll always be by your side, no matter what. Wherever you are, I'd come running always. She took a step towards me and kissed my cheek.
Oh, I'm so glad that Yui is being so sweet after I just had to witness an adorable bunny. Okay. We locked eyes, and for all that time, all I could see was her and how beautiful she was. Bun 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 seemed to be a little jealous after that.
Thanks again for the help, Fern. Being with you made this all go a lot faster, and it made it really special for me. To me.
Anytime, Yui. I'm happy to. We walked back together to the mansion, holding hands and smiling all the while. I was feeling too restless after today's date to wait in my room, so I went for a walk downstairs. Oh, hey, Fern. I was about to go up and check in on you. Hey there, Cat. What's up? Yeah, Mauve, you're mean. You're mean. That's all I'm gonna say. Huh?
There was some fancy desserts here from last week, but I can't find them anymore. Guess I'll take that out of the Brothers 5's paychecks.
How did you know it was them? They're like clockwork. Don't sad face me! Don't crying face me! You made me sad first! We were having a cute moment with a Bun Bun.
Num, 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 num.
Allie looked like a deer in headlights on the other end of the kitchen. Kat hadn't seen her yet. She made direct eye contact with me, then hightailed out. Anyway, I've been meaning to talk to you. What's up? How'd your date with Yui today go? Awesome. It felt like it was out of a fairy tale. It did, and I love Bun Bun Bun. Yui and I spent the whole day just taking in the nature, talking about home and family. She's totally wife material. Honestly, I like the two girls I chose. Like, one that's offering me adventure and one that's just, like, offering a homesteady life. I like the duality.
Isn't she? Yui's amazing. You know, before this show even started, she was my personal favorite.
Cat, back off. Yui's mine. Grr, bark, bark. I can see why. She's got such a big heart. I'm in awe for her.
I really love that about her, that she can be so kind and thoughtful, even when life gives her a losing hand. Huey's really one of a kind, especially nowadays. If you don't get the chance to be engaged to her by the end of this show, good luck ever getting the chance to. I've got a feeling that she's got a long, long line of people wanting to date her after the show. They'll have to get through me first. Oh, they will. Anyway, you're probably safe for at least another day, thanks to the ongoing rivalry between Yui and Allie. The stakes are rising, and so are our precious ratings. So without further ado, it's time for Phase 3. You've only got one date left for each of them before the final day. So make them count. You're not out of the woods yet. Will do. Alright, good. Well, I need to go back to preparing for tomorrow's show. And you better rest up for tomorrow. You only get one first third date with a girl, right? Sounds good to me, Kat. See you later, Fern. Good night to you, Kat. And thanks for your help. I realize I'd probably be screwed without you. Don't thank me yet. I walked back to my room and plopped on my bed. Time to get some shut-eye. Alright, we're out of the mansion. Next stop, the beach. I told you the staff wouldn't suspect a thing. That's because no one's been stupid enough to try to escape till now. Maybe people should have been a little more stupid, a little sooner. Easier said than done. She grabbed my hand and pulled me along. We'll go through the forest. Come on. We ran through the forest as if the devil were chasing us. The truth was not far from it. Okay, I can see the pier now. And the boat. We're this close to getting out of here. She always put on her bravest face when she was afraid. We're going to make it, right? Of course, the boat's just a little further and no one's on our trail. Is she gonna be suddenly shot with an arrow? I can't believe it. We're finally gonna get out of here. We're finally going to leave, Fern. About time, if you ask me. I've dreamt about this moment every day since... Who knows how long we've been trapped here by now. But I never thought I could escape until I got to know you. I laughed. You're going to give me too much credit. It was your idea. Find any other sane person and they would have told you the same things. Sane people didn't try to escape with me. I wouldn't have stayed sane if it weren't for you, though. She laughed. That was my favorite sound. Let's get back to the matters at hand. We both know that this is where the rubber meets the road. Yeah. Now it's just a mad dash to the finish. You ready to run? No. Huh? I'm kidding. Let's go. That favorite sound of mine once more. I hope it's not the last time I hear it. Third time's the charm. Episode 5. You've got to be kidding. My goodness, she really said that? Yeah, and she was all like, whoa, the hell is that? A flash of white raced through the kitchen, sending the girls into a frenzy. What the hell was that? Coming through, sorry. Oh? Yui practically bulldozed through the other girls in the kitchen. What's going on? I take it back! Bun 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 is a bad boy! He just seems so well behaved. I thought I'd let him outside again and... Bun 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 effortlessly swerved past Yui under Violet and leapt onto Allie. What? Bun 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 somehow made his way up to her head and took her cap in his mouth. That's a pretty cute hairstyle. I kind of forgot Allie was wearing a hat this entire time. Hey, give that back! Bun 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 seemed to sneer at Allie, then leapt away and ran off. Get here! Allie started chasing Bun 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 with all she had, but somehow he always stayed one step ahead of her. This looks like a job for me. This looks like a job for me. I'm going to need a Venus flytrap and a few bottles of Bun 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 left into Scarlet. Ah, get it off! It's quite humorous that a mere bunny has eluded you all for this long. You think you could catch it? Why, of course. Watch a master at Bun 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 left onto Violet's face. Ugh! Get this foul creature off me! Bun 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 sneered without contempt. Someone do something! At that moment, I realized that Tara was recording Violet's struggles. I'm helping! In just a second. Bun 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 left off Violet onto the kitchen floor and ran out. Give me my cat back! I do suppose a nice rabbit stew is on lunch for today. We still have 5 cast members, right? You didn't eat one of them, Violet? Violet, you didn't eat one of them? Huh? I guess I should help too. You up to help, Fern? I don't see why not. Time for round 2. Now, quick, before he gets too far. Right behind you. We spent the rest of the morning trying to catch Bun Bun Bun. Infinite emphasis on trying. The bunny is on something. I'm calling it now. We finally managed to catch him by baiting him with some food Violet reluctantly made. And even then, he didn't make it easy. Let's hope the rest of the day is a little more relaxed. Morning, Fern. Time sure flies, huh? The show's almost over, and you'll be able to go back to your regular life soon. No idea if it's gonna have any less of headaches, though. Okay, Gamov, since Bun 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 has been proven to be a little asshole, you are forgiven. You are forgiven. And thank you so much for helping me with Touhou and telling me about it. Highly appreciate it. Who knows? As strange as it sounds, I've had some fun here. Everything in this game is violent? Well, it is called Find Love or Die. I'd be surprised if it wasn't violent. The whole getting murdered thing isn't great, but it hasn't been all bad. Yeah! I did mention that other people would kill to be in your position. Wait, did you mean literally? Wait! Wait, what? Oh! I accidentally moved the mouse wheel and you can actually... Okay, that's cool. Wait. Huh, using the mouse wheel can actually move things forward or backwards. That's cool. I don't have to always check on the log. I did mention that other people would kill to be in your position. On second thought, they definitely haven't thought it through enough. Probably not. Well, back to business. It's time to pick who you'll go on your first third date with. Who's the unlucky soulmate candidate today? I'm going Allie. Since that I went on a date with Yui last time, I'm going with Allie. To be honest, I'm not sure if your dates with Allie are really dates or more of just trying different kinds of transportation. I don't mind that though. It's kind of fun. But hey, whatever floats your boat. Let's get those cameras rolling. Oh wait, since that there are 7 endings. 6 girls if you count the producer, but 5 girls in the show. Who am I supposed to choose when I inevitably run out of girls to date? Oh well, I'll think about it later. I found Allie by the beach, or more accurately, she came running to me. You're not gonna believe this, Fern. What's that? Alright, who took my keys? Got 10 seconds before I take it out of 4's paycheck. Oh, come on! We'll walk and talk, come on. Well, less walk, maybe more like run like hell. 4 is not going to be happy when he finds out that The 7th is probably just a choice at the end of the 6th one. Maybe. I do think the 7th route is a bad end where you just end up with no one and die. Whatever. Come on, let's go. She grabbed my hand and pulled me with her into the forest clearing nearby. What's going on? You are not gonna believe what I just found. What's that? Well, I was wondering how the top the 2 previous states when I stumbled upon. Oh, wait a minute. It's better if I surprised you. I'm gonna have to close my eyes again, right? I love how fast you learn things, Fern. She was singing as she covered my eyes with one hand and pulled me along with her. She pulled me along step by step. I can't say I wasn't enjoying it. Is this a staircase? It feels like metal beneath me. They said something about experiments. Allie, did you find, the secret lab? In the middle of the forest? Just a little bit more now. All right. Huh? You can open your eyes now. Oh! It's where I started! How on earth? We were inside a small plane, the very same one I'd been rudely awakened in my first day here. How did you even... It was just sitting in the forest, so I thought, why not, right? I have so many questions. Wait a moment, are you planning on... Without even bothering to answer me, Allie rushed to the cockpit. Oh crap. Here's to hoping that this goes better than the rollerblades. She gonna try to fly it? Huh? I wonder what this big red button does. I should have went on a date with Yui. Oh god, get me out of here! I ran for the door, but it was already shut tight. And away we go! The engine of the plane roared as we took off. I slammed into the side of the door. Oof. Come on, be honest. You were thinking the same thing. You put a big, juicy red button here, completely unattended, and you expect a good citizen like me not to press it? You're bonkers. You've got an idea, but do you have any idea how to fly this thing? Wait a minute. If you're talking to me here, then who's flying the plane? Technically nobody, but... Crash. The right wing of the plane smashed into a tree. We hit it hard enough for it to be slightly deformed. Oof. I slammed into the wall yet again. Shh. Well, we didn't need that wing anyway. We still have the other one. Allie! Exactly like kidneys. I don't think that's how it works. Forget killer death shows. Forget Damien and Kat. Hallie was gonna be the death of me. I tried to run to the cockpit, but it was all I could do to stay upright as the plane teetered back and forth. I'm just kidding. I've got this. Allie ran to the cockpit without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, I did my best impression of a ball in a pinball machine. All right, I got this. The plane seemed to stabilize in a matter of seconds. Oh, thank God. I thought we were really gonna... Oops. Once again, the right wing of the plane smashed into a tree. Somehow, it was bent back into its original shape. Not so bad, if I do say so myself. Alright, that was dumb luck, and you know it. And now for the moment you've been waiting for. We started gaining altitude, slowly at first, then faster and faster, higher and higher. Before long, we were soaring high above the trees. Allie yelled out in triumph. Woo! I joined in and yelled out with glee. It's a pretty great feeling, huh? Not dying in a fiery plane crash? Flying free. Without it, what's the point of living? You're talking about freedom or flying? Oh, why not both? That said, there's another reason I flew us up here. What's that, Allie? This is the only place I could find on the island that wasn't bugged. No one can eavesdrop on us here. And sorry for the turbulence, but without it, they might have heard me disable the bugs in here. Believe me, I looked for a safe place as hard as I could. That's why I got the rollerblades and boat earlier, to find a safe place to talk as fast as possible. I'm guessing you know what this show is really about then. Unfortunately, yeah. What a bummer, am I right? Unfortunately, I don't think you do, and I can't risk telling you everything either. What? Why? Believe me, you're better off not knowing. Okay, what were the girls told? What? Hallie, what are you hiding? Who are you, really? Look, we don't have much time before we have to land. This thing's already almost out of fuel. Sure enough, we had already started descending. Please just trust me. I'm on your side, Fern. I know there's so many lies going around here, but I really want to help you get out of here. Though I have to admit, it wasn't on my to-do list at first. It's a good thing you're so cute. Why, thank you. Oops. I'm kidding, jeez. Do you trust me? Sheep, save! Yes! Probably. Of course I do, Allie, you know that. You won't regret it, I promise. So, what can you tell me? There's no time. Long story short, there's something on this island I need to find. That the people I work with need. It's life or death, not just for you or me, but for countless others. I came to save you all, and I won't give up until I have. Is the world in a post-apocalyptic situation or something? Although at this point I've done all I can, it's all in his hands now. Whose? No time to talk. We're almost back in range of the island's recording network. No matter what, don't tell anybody what happened here, not even a little bit. Not even if you think you can trust them. Are we clear? Crystal. The plane flew lower and lower. All right, we're about back to the recording zone. What else? What else? Don't do anything I wouldn't do. That really doesn't limit much. I guess not. After we landed, Kat scolded us for taking the plane. Kat and Allie seemed to exchange more than a few uneasy glances as we got off the plane. But luckily, nothing came out of it. The next production staff separated Allie and I. It looks like Kat had arranged something special for the two of us. And I was told I wasn't allowed to see Allie until evening. Oh, apparently that's the nicest time to film. Till then, the production team helped me to look the part of a romantic novel protagonist. I was dressed to the nines. I must have sat through a few hundred photo shoots and interviews before they told me it was time to see her. But it was worth it. Is that an aquarium? Oh. Wait, are there actually restaurants like this? Like where it's like an entire wall is dedicated to an aquarium? Because like I've seen like restaurants with like little tiny aquariums like that you'd have in your house. But nothing big like this. Like, oh. There are whole hotels like this? I wanna go. I wanna see the fishies. Oh. Wow, even for this island, this place is fancy with a capital F. Oh, this is so pretty. Tell me about it. I broke one plate here and I have to pay it off for the rest of my life. How much are the plates? Wait, do they have jellyfish? Wait, okay, I'm getting distracted. Welcome to the Ocean Palace. Allow me to show you to your seat. Tu gestured me to follow him. We'd only taken a few steps when I saw her, and when I did, I couldn't help but crack up. You know, I kind of expected you to be dressed up too, given all the shit the crew put me through. What's the point? It'd just get ruined. How would it get ruined? Oh, you'll see. Come on. She reached for my hand. I put mine in hers with a smile on my face. She pulled me along with her towards the door. No, I want to stay here. Whoa! We stumbled against the table and knocked a plate onto the floor. Uh-oh. It promptly shattered into a million pieces. In case you were watching that, Cat, that was Tu. I knew I should have just been an accountant. She laughed as she pulled me along with her to the outside. The night air had never tasted so fresh. But I want to watch the fishies! Oh. Allie, this better be good. There better be whales breaching on the shore or something. Each breath of air as we ran along the road made my worries and fears just disappear. Eventually, we ran all the way to the beach. Come on! She tightened her hand and pulled me along with her to the water. Wait, She laughed like a maniac as she cannonballed us into the ocean. My first instinct was to swim back up to the surface, but then Allie put her hand against my face and looked deep into my eyes. She smiled, then kissed me passionately. It was as if time stopped. A few minutes later, we went back up to the surface. I figured you could use a fun distraction from everything that happened earlier. But the fish! I want to go look at the aquarium! Was she doing this for me? I never know what to expect with you, you know? And you never will. It was a night to remember. Wait, did we get to eat? Allie, was I fed? After today's date with Allie, I decided to take a stroll around the mansion. The night was clear as it could be. A light breeze made it just a bit chilly, but not enough that I needed to put on more. I found myself fixating on the moon without thinking. I thought I'd find you here. Why's that? Just a gut feeling. And the island-wide surveillance system. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm just thinking. Can't believe the show's almost over. It didn't feel real earlier today. Time sure flies, doesn't it? You only got the last third date with Yui tomorrow. Then the final ceremony on the day after. Speaking of which, how was your date with Allie today? I wanted to see the fishies, so it was only alright. It was alright. Not the way I wanted it to go. I'm sorry to hear that. I won't pry. I guess 3 dates wasn't enough to see if someone's marriage material after all. Who knew? Anyway, I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got to get some work done tonight to prep for the ending of the show. You know what? I could use some company. And it's not like you were up to anything. Kat reached her hand out to me, and I put my hand on hers on instinct. With her hand in mine, she pulled me with her to... Ooh, the library! The library? Now, that you're probably wondering, why did I bring you all here in the I bring you here of all places? You
like to read?
Well, yes, but no. There's no internet for us goons, so here's where we store most of our information. Records of every single one of our show, building and security details, guard schedules, and most importantly, salary records. It's hidden in plain sight as regular books. You need to know how to decipher them, though. They're pretty useless to the average person. Interesting, and also a little unnecessary. Who here is going to read a book? I like reading. Oh, I knew the state of education was bad, but not this bad. It still doesn't answer why you brought me here. Well, you see, I have this lovely chair and table here that I do so love to work on. And it's truly, truly exhausting for me to get up from this lovely arrangement to have to fetch each book I need for reference. So, you want me to grab your books for you so you can just stay here? I'm so glad you understand. Oh, this library doesn't have, a ladder. I've always wanted to try one of those. A bookcase with a ladder? I always thought those were cool. And these shelves look high enough to deserve one. Okay. And you know I'm doing everything I can to keep you alive. And it's just a teeny tiny favor. I couldn't help but laugh at her mock pout. Sure, Cat. It's the least I could do. Great! Alright. To start, I need you to grab me the Princess of Avaronda, 100 easy recipes for a philosopher's stone, and... I regret everything. That's the story of my life. This must be the 100th batch of books I've had to deliver. It's been hours. Seriously, whoever designed this system should be shot. I tried to read a few of the books I was delivering, but like Kat said, they just seemed like regular books. And that's a wrap. Thanks for the help, Fern. I'll send you a thank you card when you're off this island or something. At this rate, this was pretty much slave labor. I like to think of it more as unpaid charity work. You've got one last date tomorrow. Don't mess it up. I'm curious, what's the first thing you're going to do when you're out of here? Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll try to figure out what my life was before, who knows. That's as good a start as any. Well, I gotta go back to editing. Night, Fern. See ya, Cat. Guess I'll head back to my room and call it a night. The alarms were deafening. We planned for every possibility we could, but it wasn't enough. We made it to the ship, but it still wasn't enough. Our one saving grace, the ship, it wouldn't start. Someone tampered with it, and there's no time to fix it. That's it then. I couldn't find the words to say. I love you. I love you too, Fern. I wish we could have met anywhere but here. She held me in her arms with the last of her strength. All that's left to do is wait. Goodbye, love. Recording call. Huh? Well, this isn't the worst place I thought I could wake up yesterday. I'll take that as a compliment? She laughed and pinched my cheek. Well, it's been a blast, Fern. I have some more cruising around to do, and I think you've got another date on your plate today. Yeah, that's just how the show goes. So she was gone before I even had a chance to finish. That woman is a force of nature. Just like how Spartacus is nothing but muscle. Well, look who crawled out of an economy class airplane toilet. And good morning to you too, Damien. Fern, don't mind him. Damien was just telling me the news. Your ratings are doing really well so far. At this rate, I really think you'll make it out of here.
That's great news! I wouldn't celebrate just yet. Just because you've done well till now doesn't mean you won't jump with the shark today. Your ratings today need to be higher than they've ever been, or you'll get axed. Axed, literally. If I'm around when your number's up, I guess we'll find out together, won't we? Where are you, Pyramid Head? Later.
Sorry about him. He can be a little mean sometimes.
A murder threat is a little mean?
Anywho, you ready for your last date with Yui? It's just the last date. Then tomorrow will be the final ceremony.
I'm ready as I'll ever be.
Fantastic! Then we'll start filming right away. Good luck, Fern. You'll need it.
Thanks, Kat. I owe you one. It's time for my last date with Yui.
Loading, loading, loading. La da 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 da.
I could see Yui from my room's window. Walking around the front of the mansion, it looked like she was looking for someone. For something. Is it Bun Bun Bun? I practically jumped down the stairs, then ran outside to see her.
Hey there, Fern. What's the hurry? You look like you're in quite the rush.
I just wanted to see you sooner. Wait. Oh, what? Huh? Wait, go back in time. Oh, okay. I just wanted to see you a little earlier.
Gosh, that's really sweet of you.
I'd actually wear Yui's dress. This is really pretty.
I've been meaning to see you too. I've just been doing a lot of thinking since you helped me get Bun Bun Bun.
Ah, how's the big bee doing?
Come to think of it, that's why I came out here. He ran out of here in a hurry and I was trying to catch up. Though this has already happened a few times, and each time he somehow ends up back in my room.
I'm sure he's fine. I wouldn't be worried.
I just can't help myself, you know?
You're a really sweet person, Yui. I love that about you.
You are too, Fern. Do you have time today to hang out? There's something I'd like to do with you.
Of course I do. For you.
Even if it's a little boring?
I'm sure it can't be that boring if it's with you, you know? Yeah, it's like what I said. Home is a person, not a place. And I feel at home with you. Whatever it is, I'm down.
Okay, here we go.
And so we walked together on the beach and started fishing side by side.
Ah, now this is the life.
I have to admit, this wasn't what I expected.
This was by far the best way to pass time out in the countryside. To be honest, I'm not much for crazy activities like skydiving or shopping trips. I'd rather just spend my days quietly with the person I love, talking from dusk till dawn.
She's such a waifu! Other than the part about getting rid of the other contestants? Just enjoying
each other's company, you know? That's the best. Is this okay with you?
Of course it is, Yui. Getting the chance to learn more about you, to try the things you like, that's where the real fun is. I'd also much prefer that to doing crazy things all the time, too. Though I do think shopping trips aren't really the same category as skydiving.
They are when you live deep in the country.
Hey, you up for a little contest?
Sure, let's do it. What is it?
Want to see who can catch more fish? Oh? You're on! Apparently I had fanned the flames of Yui's competitive spirit. For the next few hours, we kept at it while we enjoyed each other's conversation and company.
Yui was a natural. She was catching fish left and right. Each time she caught one, she let it back into the ocean, and each time, I wonder when my first one would bite. I never ended up catching a single one. But that didn't matter. What did was that we were having a ball. Thanks for indulging me, Fern. Hey, I had a lot of fun too, Yui. Don't worry about it. You don't have to lie. I know I'm not like the other girls. I grew up with nothing, and it shows in how I spend my time. What I wear, everything. I love you so much, you know? If I had you, I'd give you all the love in my heart, every moment of every day. I really would live for love. That's what I've always wanted. But I know I could never give you all the things everyone else could. The money, the acclaim, the excitement. And if I find myself worrying, what if you picked me the second we leave this island? You realize that I can't give you the life you deserve, and you start to hate me. I don't know what I'd do if it came to that. So before it comes to that, I want to ask you, would just me be enough?
She's too sweet, it sounds like a trap. Is it bad that I relate to Yui, though? I like 100% agree with her. It's one of the reasons why I don't like dating anyone, because I feel like someone else would 100% make them happier. Nah, I trust Yui. I want to trust her. I want to trust her.
My breath was taken away before I had the chance to say what I wanted to.
What, is that weird? The sweet part is good. Wasn't it? It was so cute.
I saw something I've never seen before and would never see again.
The sky rapidly turned from a bright blue to black, as if water being drowned in the darkest ink. Then the bright sun in the sky went out like a candle in the wind. We're not allowed happiness.
The last thing I saw was Yui screaming as shadowy figures grabbed her from behind. A second later, it was pitch black. I couldn't even see my hands reaching out to try to save her. Then I felt somebody grab me from behind. No, not somebody. There must have been several people. They forced me to the ground and cuffed me behind my back. I screamed, but there was no sound. I tried to fight, but there was no way out. I screamed for Yui, for her to run as far as she could, but I heard no response. Then, nothing.
Oh shit! Oh no! I woke up on an operating table, the kind you'd see in a nightmare. Blood splattered on the floor and walls, the smell of disinfectant and rotting flesh. There was a nearby table littered with metal instruments that could make anybody talk. My first instinct was to get up and get off as fast as possible, but my neck and hands and legs were cuffed and pinned down in thick metal braces. I was expecting something to happen, but dang. Okay, I think Yui is genuine. Well, they did say something about a scientist and experiments, so I honestly think if we went with Scarlet, the redhead, we might have found this place sooner, especially with her and the whole Venus flytrap things, making them sentient. Yeah, I feel like she might be one of the scientists for this establishment.
My first instinct was to get up and get off it as fast as possible, but my neck, hands, and legs were cuffed and pinned down in thick metal braces. I tried to force myself out with all my strength, but the braces didn't so much as budge.
Hello? What's going on? Where am I? Yui? You there?
Oh, would I have been here with Allie if I chose her for the last day? All I heard were my echoes of my own screams. Wherever I was, this place must be massive. Hey, Fern. Kat was holding some kind of helmet with thick wires protruding from the back of it. Don't worry, Yui's just fine. She's just taking a little nap. Kat, what's going on? You've got to help me. I was just on my date with Yui, then everything went dark, and these guys, they frickin' kidnapped us, and... I know, Fern. I know. She sighed. You did good, but not good enough. That's pretty much it. Would it make you feel better to hear that you're the best one yet? I don't care! Get me out of here! At this point, there's no point explaining. She placed the helmet on my head carefully, even if I wanted to stop her from doing so. The brace around my neck made it impossible to maneuver. Please, Kat, don't do this! I could hear the hum of a massive generator turning on behind me. She raised her hand, revealing a trigger switch with a single red button. I just want to get out of here. I want to get back to my life. Wherever it is, please. Not today, Fern. She pressed it. The sound of crashing waves. A world without time or color. I'm back. This time, as if I'm sitting in an audience watching myself from afar. The escape had failed. I'd been separated from her and captured. We really never had a chance, did we? I find myself praying that she's safe, if anything happened to her. For a moment, the world exploded with color. Dang, that's a nice CG. Just Kat. Always the hero, aren't you, Fern? What did you do to her? You should be more worried about yourself. You knew the rules. If you try to escape the island, you die. It hadn't been like this, but you... I'm done talking. Goodbye, Fern. Oh, well, you look at that! Looks like our little hero's got some life left in them. You know, Fern, you're in luck. Usually, I'd just kill you for this, but a new opportunity's just opened up, and I think you'd be the perfect fit. Hey, don't just lie there. Just 5 more minutes. You're the star of the show. You can't just sleep through it. Watch me. Oh, that's how you want to play? It's on. Ow! Rise and shine, sleepyhead. Ow, ow, ow. Did you just hit me? What? Me? Never in a million years. It's a loop! Oh! Anyway, what was your name again? Oh, my name is... I can't remember my name. Really now, you've got to be joking. I'm dead serious, I can't remember a thing. Who knows, it might be for the better. Luckily, we got your name on file, Fern. Okay, so it's getting a little different. My name's Kat, it's nice to meet you. You're the star of our new show, Find Love or Die Trying. Let me get you up to speed. Was that an ending? How on earth did I get into this mess? I'm somehow stuck on an island in the middle of nowhere in an insane dating show from hell. From what Kat said, I'm dead meat if I can't finish the show with a fiancé or if the ratings aren't high enough. None of the girls on the show know the truth, and if they found out, they'd kill all of us. Why couldn't I wake up with no memories in a regular hospital, like a regular drama protagonist? I love that's my problem. I wish I was just in a regular drama. Dang. least the girls seem nice. Allie's quite something. Something tells me she'll be hard to keep up with. And that's not just from losing a race to her in the field. Scarlet's interesting. I've still got no idea if she was trying to read the magazine or the book hiding it. I'll figure that out later. Tara marches to the beat of her own drum. I like that. I don't. Violet's cool, but intimidating as hell. I'm pretty sure she was about to cook one of the brothers for dinner. Ooh, do you know it'd be an interesting matchup? I think Tara and Violet would be interesting to do in the same playthrough. Or Scarlet and Tara. Then there's Yui. She seems like a really sweet girl. Something about her seems so familiar. She said she knew me from before. I'll have to ask her about what I was like before as soon as I can. But for now, the show must go on. And that's why Fern is the perfect soulmate for each of you. I'm sorry, you just drew a bunch of numbers and symbols that don't mean anything. It's just like that bullshit math show they show on screen in a movie. Hey, you're late to the party, Fern. Now we're all together, it's time to explain the rules of the show. Fern, one of the 5 lovely women here is your soulmate.
I still think it's Yui!
You'll get to know 3 of the girls over the next 9 days?
Over 3 dates with each of them. Then on the 10th day, you'll have to ask one of them to marry you. Okay. So I've got 10 days to save my life. So with 2 of them, I only had a week, 3 days each. But then with 3 of them, it's 10 days. Okay. So without further ado, who do you want to spend time with? I was not expecting this. Wait, I have to choose already? I haven't even had the chance to really talk with any of them yet. Don't think of it that way. Think of it as who you want to talk to the most right now. Alright. Well, I guess I'd like to spend time alone with... Hold on a second. I forgot to tell you something pretty important. She pulled me aside. This should be far enough. So the girls think you'll be asking any 5 of them for a date. But really, I only want to be asking 3 of them. Basically, everybody but Yui and Allie. Why's that? Let's just say we think we'll be getting higher ratings that way. And you know how important it is to get high ratings, right? I don't really have a choice, do I? Nope. Glad we're on the same page, Fern. So without further ado... Okay, so I am gonna be forced to do Violet, Scarlet, and Tara.
We walk back to the girls. Who do you want to go on your first date with?
Wow, this is actually a lot of content for a free game, dang. I choose Scarlet. I'm curious, actually, let's just get Tara over with. Tara.
Alright, we'll make it happen.
Dang, okay. As I walked closer and closer to the games room, I could hear people screaming bloody murder. Help! You're not going anywhere. Take him! I'm too young to die! I rushed inside as fast as I could. What kind of brother would sacrifice his own flesh and blood to survive? Life is tough, Buttercup. No! I'll save you, bro! 4, yes! Good job. Bro!
It's the heroes that die first, you know.
Bro!
Where was I? Oh, right. 1 down, 2 to go. Get over here.
They were playing a fighting video game.
Oh, sup, Fern?
Hey, sup, I'm just Fern.
Give me a second. I've got to do a bit of pest control.
2 and 3, kill him first. Oh? Aw, that's actually a cute CG. I like it.
All right. Y'all lost fair and square. As promised, you guys know what you have to do.
The Brothers 5 groaned as they each put on some kind of futuristic helmet. Not bad. Damn, not bad, Tara. You wiped the floor with those guys.
I do make a living doing this, believe it or not. Though, lately it's been a little boring.
Why's that?
It's just same old, you know?
You're not gonna be similar to the girl like from Needy Streamer Overload, are you?
Though I do have something new in store if you're down.
Why not?
Sure, why not? Good. I'm just gonna need you to put on this non-suspicious at all headset.
Tara picked up the helmet from behind the couch and placed it on my head.
This won't hurt a bit, don't worry.
Wait, why would it? It was like lightning ran through my head. Are we going into Sword Art Online? What? I'm in some kind of forest? Oh, I haven't streamed Needy Streamer Overload, but it's tempting. I've watched playthroughs of it. It looks fun. It looks fun to play. I'm in some kind of forest? Whoa, Fern, you're here too? Where are we? I want to go home. Aw, 3.
Oh, stop whining. You're just in a video game. Come on, this isn't the first time you've seen this happen in fiction.
That kind of thing exists now?
It's been around for at least 1 million years by now. Get with the times.
The last time I checked, I've never heard of anything like this. You've been isekai'd, brother!
Alright. So, maybe it was some kind of weird device I'd never seen before. Can you blame me for wanting to try messing with it?
Wait, there's no way this could be a game. It looks too real. I had to admit, I had my doubts too. Everything looked as if we were really here.
Hey, if you want proof, just try walking outside this forest.
2 took a few cautious steps forward, and then some more.
Oof!
He smacked against some kind of invisible wall. There's some kind of invisible wall here. Damn you, in-game barriers! It really is a video game, huh?
Actually, that's the wall of the games room.
I thought this console would be like a deep dive sort of visual reality video game too, but it seems like everything we do here is replicated in the real world.
Walk too many steps in a certain way, and smack.
Doesn't that make this kind of useless?
I guess,
if you're allergic to fun? The sound of the intercom played through the forest. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Cat,
we can hear you. What's up? You guys need to log in the game right now. If you're in the game too long, you'll fry your brain. What? How? Why? Long story short, it's an experimental, game console that we had in storage. No idea how Tara found it, though. It's due to plot. She's plotting to kill us all. This show is always trying to find new ways to kill me, isn't it? How much time do we have? Before it fries your brain? I don't know. Maybe a few minutes? Maybe several hours? But it'll slowly sap your sanity the longer you're there. Just log out already. We don't know how! The brothers 5 and I looked around frantically, but there wasn't any way for us to log out. Oh, I don't think you guys could see the log out menu. I think it's an admin only kind of thing. What? If you can see it, Tara, then come on, log us out already. She cackled like a B-movie maniac. Something tells me that she didn't have much sanity to sap in the first place.
But it'd be such a shame to leave so soon. Let's play a game first. It just so happens that as an admin, I can change all your avatars at will. Check this out. Bam! I look down to my hands, which have now become tiny white paws. Wait, which have now become tiny white wings. I look down at my face, and I have a beak? I became a bird?
Gamov, where are the birds now? What's gonna happen? Oh god, what did she do to us? We're pigeons! Let me out! We'll never become accountants now! We're gonna die here! Smack her to stay in character. But 5 though! I think I got a new fetish. I'll peck at her head. Don't worry, Gamov. I got this. I can be pigeon simulator. Go. I'll poop on her head. The pigeons 5 ran around frantically like chickens with their heads cut off. I can't blame them. I looked up to Tara, who seemed like a giant compared to us now. Now, I'm sure you're wondering why I've turned you all to birds. I guess you could say that.
It's funny, Fern. Earlier you told me this show was like a dating sim, except you were in the driving seat. Now the shoe is on the other foot. She cackled again like a wicked witch.
Welcome to Pigeon Dating Sim. Battle Royale. Has a full boyfriend? I actually really want to play that bird dating sim.
You'll have to seduce me if you want to get out of here.
Which each day that passes, I fear for humanity's future. And you wanted us to be pigeons for this?
I mean, yeah. The ratio of human to pigeon visual novels is totally whack, man. I figure we should balance that out.
I'm trapped in a killer virtual reality game. I'm also trapped on a killer dating show. Have you played the KFC dating sim? No, I haven't. But should I? Is it good? I want to date Colonel Sanders. To make matters worse, I am also trapped in the body of a pigeon. Now I need to seduce a woman with my avian charm. You can imagine the kind of stress I'm under.
Now seduce me.
No clue. Maybe after I'm done with this visual novel, I'll play the KFC one. It sounds like fun. One by one, the pigeons 5 fired pickup line after pickup line at Tara, but to no avail.
Come on! Move your wings like you mean it.
I tried my hand at a few too, but it was clear they had no effect. Hey girl, want to guess my favorite letter of the alphabet? It's U. Because you are the best. I feel like she's gonna shoot me. I can't imagine that being a pigeon helped that in any way. Hey girl, what you're doing to me is pretty foul.
Let's try one more. How about...
Damn girl, you're a hoot. Damn girl, you looking so fly. Damn girl, you're more addicting than quack. I like hoot. No, wait, no. I'm going with You're So Fly. Damn, girl, you looking so fly. With my will to live at an all-time low, Huh? The game went dark. A moment later, we went back in the games room. Speaking of gaming, my phone is reminding me that I have apps. I have gacha games to play, but no, I'm playing a visual novel right now. What? We're back! Thank God! I've got fingers! I can write! I can fill out a balance sheet! I love this guy's priorities. Aw, just when it was getting good. I worry for you, sweetheart. Wait, is something burning? The game console had smoke coming out of it. Guess it's toast. What happened? My mind's all foggy. You okay, Tara? I'm gonna take a nap. She jumped on the couch, and within seconds, she was fast asleep. The brothers 5 and I decided that it would be best to never talk about this again. I don't know. 5 was into it. 2 into it, if you ask me. But yeah, I really want to play that pigeon dating sim. It's real, and I want to play it. It's so cool. Okay, I stumbled back to my room and plopped onto my bed. Who'd be coming at this hour? I shuffled over in a haze. Hey there, Fern. Sorry to bother you this late. It's alright. What's up, Kat? Don't mind me. Just gonna make myself real comfortable. Oh, she's gonna tempt me with the CG again. Kat walked by me and comfortably sat herself on my bed. I really gotta get one of these beds for myself already. You can always bunk with me. I closed the door, then sat facing her on the opposite side of the bed. So, what brings you here tonight? Can't stop thinking about me? You wish. Unfortunately, it's my job to help you survive until the end of the show. And that means checking in with you every night to see how you're doing, and making sure you're doing your best on ratings. That's nice of you. Thanks, Kat. Well, to be honest, I don't have a choice. Finding a new person to take your place would be a recruiting nightmare. Okay, this is the same. Back to what I'm here for. Your date today with Tara was a ratings knockout. Honestly, I've got no idea what to say about your date today with Tara. Except that I'm surprised everyone thought it was a good one. Can I really be picky when my life's on the line? I guess not. That said, I'm hoping we can sprinkle a little more drama into this show. More romance, love triangles, and less pigeons. Tomorrow, I want you to find who your second soulmate candidate is, and ask them out on a date instead. Okay, what if I asked to go on a second date with the girl I dated? I get that it would be better for ratings to date somebody else, but I want to spend more time with Tara. Interesting. Well, even so, it's out of our hands. Okay, so that choice doesn't matter. Noted. I don't need to save that. What do you mean? Look. In a perfect world, you'd be able to do just that. But if you do that, the show's ratings won't be high enough. And if the ratings aren't high enough, they'll axe the show and your life with it, even if it's not the last day yet. Is this in some messed up way? That almost makes sense. You're quick on the uptake. I'd almost think this wasn't your first time on a life or death killing dating show. I wonder how many times we've done this loop already. Well, that's pretty much what I needed to tell you. It's getting late, and we both got big days tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. Night, Fern. Good. She was gone before I had the chance to finish. Guess it's time to call it a night. The sound of waves
Hey, I can hear it call out to me within a dream. It's you. Mahal kita, Fern. I always will. And I'll always love you too. My mouth moves on its own. Even if there's so many other women on this show, they could never be you. I held her tight and kissed her. You promise? I promise. Promises are unbreakable, you know? That's what you told me?
Beware of flashing lights in this.
I meant every word I said. She smiled at me. You better have. Your face is becoming clearer to me with every day that goes by. I know you're here with me, but which one are you?
Allie and Yui both gave us pinky promises, didn't she? Didn't they? Dang, I have a feeling I'm gonna make promises with all the girls.
We kicked off our morning with a delicious meal made by Violet. So, tell us more about your dream, Tara. I don't really remember much, but I was in a video game and I was getting hit on by a lot of pigeons? How am I supposed to respond to that? What if it was a sign?
6 promises equals harem? I don't know if I want this harem, bro. The only girls I really want in my head is Yui and Kat. I'm sorry, what?
It was a dream, nothing more. I don't see how...
Allie had a devilish grin on her face.
I think it is a sign, Tara. It's a sign that you should try making video games. The world needs more pigeon dating sims. You're right! There's no time to waste. Tara ran off. Oh my, are you certain that was a good idea to spur her on? Of course! Seriously, what's the worst that could happen?
A lot of things.
I felt a chill run down my spine. There you are, Fern. I've been looking for you. It's time to decide who's your second soulmate candidate. Kat moved closer to whisper. Not like you really have a choice, though. So without further ado, Fern, who's the lucky girl? Who's the unlucky girl? I'd like to spend time with...
I honestly think Scarlet's gonna be the most interesting, so I'm going with Violet. Save the best for last.
Violet. Alright, we'll make it happen. Give us a minute to set up the scene, then go find her.
Pardon.
I had just gone outside the mansion to find Violet, while a white limousine drove up and stopped in front of me. One stepped out of the driver's seat and walked towards me.
Fern, good day. Please do enter. What's with the formal talk? Please just get in the car, Fern. You already heard what she did to my bro. Wait, she did cook him? Did Violet actual cannibal Violet Valentine? What?
I shrugged and went inside. What's the worst that could happen on a death game dating show?
Danganronpa if it had dating elements. Yes, yes.
We sat in silence as one drove me to what looked like some sort of fancy restaurant, then escorted me inside. It's the aquarium again! I like it here already. Bonjour, Suta. I trust my new butler brought you here safely. Yeah, he did. What's going on, Violet? I thought I would give you a chance to have some alone time with the star of the show is all.
Oh no, she's narcissistic.
I am told this is what people do when they are courting.
She doesn't know what human things are. Okay, that's cute.
Have you never been on a date before? Of course I have! And I've read all the manuals on the subject. I'll have you know, I've studied every book of the Lusty New Asian Maid series and know them all by heart. I'm impressed, I'm sure.
I'm impressed. Sup, Flair? We're in a Death Gate dating show. Welcome back.
Oh, it was nothing. Pardon my interruption. I've brought your food. Please be seated, honored guests.
Lusty New Maid series? Lusty Asian... apparently that was her research for dating. I don't know.
Violet and I sat at a table in the center of the palace, as one placed each dish onto the tail one by one. He seemed to linger over the meatballs as he brought them over. Thank you, one.
Sounds promising! Oh. No, I don't think it's porn. It might just... It could be just an erotica. Oh wait, that is porn. Okay, you got me.
Thank you, one. Please, don't hold yourself back. Don't think I will. This food looks incredible, and probably worth more than my life.
Oh no! She took the family jewels of one of the brothers! And now we're eating it!
You're right on both counts, Fern.
The Lusty Asian Maid? The Lusty Aragon Maid? What?
I'm ecstatic you like the assortment. I planned it myself.
You're a chef?
You could say that. What do you mean? Anyway, tell me more about yourself, Fern.
Are you Hannibal Lecter? Oh, it's a book in Skyrim.
I didn't know that. There's not much to say. Amnesia is a hell of a drug. You do not remember your past?
Oh, so it's originally from Oblivion.
Interesting. Yeah, bummer, right? Then rest assured, I will find the finest scientists in all the land to help you recover your memory when this is over. That would be great. Thanks, Violet. Think nothing of it. It's the duty of those with more to give back, no?
That's actually a really nice mindset.
Though, have you ever thought, perchance, this is actually a blessing in disguise?
What do you mean?
Many of us would be happier not knowing what drags us down. That may be true, but I still need to know. You sounded just like the reference examples in the romance manuals. Consider me impressed.
Yeah, I'm doing cannibalism right now. I'm eating a poor guy's family jewels because he burnt soup. Oh. Wait, what? Huh? Why do cannibalism for that? Perfectionism. It was his punishment. That was his punishment. Also, how do you burn soup? Ask my brother. He's done it.
You sound just like the reference examples in the romance manuals. Consider me impressed.
But yeah, my brother has burnt soup. It's impressive.
You know, those manuals are just regular old fiction novels, right? Ha! You're quite funny, Fern. An admirable trait to have. I like that.
I actually like Violet a lot more than I thought I would.
Anyway, you haven't told me about yourself, Violet. Who are you? What do you do for fun? I'd like to know. Being the Suron of the Valentines does not leave much time for fun, I'm afraid. Even on this show, I spend most of my waking hours managing the Valentine's restaurant businesses. Oh, that's why she knows a lot about cooking. But I suppose if I have a spell of time, I enjoy baking. Oh, I'd love to bake with you. I don't get it. Why are you embarrassed by liking baking? Everyone has a hobby. Baking is something of a servant hobby, according to my parents. Yandere? A few of them might be. There have been threats of killing the other girls on the show. There's also human experimentation. It's cool. Oh, by the way, what, Gamov? Okay, so there is they do see certain types of cooking as peasant food, as peasant hobbies. Believe it or not, Gavmov, I've heard of that. There was also a scientist that actually got to eat like a stillborn baby for the sake of science, and apparently, according to his research, it tastes like veal. When they found out I was enjoying that, well, they made sure to stop me from ever doing it again with all the restaurant work. Well, I'm a ghost, so I don't spoil my appetite for lunch. Bye! Wait, the baby eating thing? Or Gamov? I hope you have a wonderful lunch. It's a bit ironic, isn't it? You know what? Both of you psycho! It's a research paper! It's not my fault! It's not like I'm the scientist who did it! I do not know of what, but what do you mean? Who cares what your parents think? Here on this island, millions of miles out, they can't stop you. How about we find some time together to bake up for lost time? That is so cute! She laughed like a child. That would be wonderful, Fern. I'll make some time on my calendar for you. We spent the next few hours enjoying the finest meal that money could buy. Each course was better than the last, just like each chapter of the lusty new Asian maid, according to Violet. Something tells me that the same applies to every moment I'll share together with Violet. Violet's actually really cute! I can't wait for our baking date! I was about to enter my room when I felt a familiar tap on my shoulder. Hey there, Fern. Got a minute? Let me just make sure Tara or Violet see me come in here. Fan some flames. Sorry, what? Kat looked around, smiled, then went into my room. I followed suit. First, the good news. Thanks to my plan, we've gotten enough ratings to avoid early canning. People loved it when you and Tara were the main ship, but loved it even more after Violet kicked off this competition. I'm glad to hear I get to live another day. For now at least, but that can change on a dime, so keep it up. Also, I'm curious about how you're feeling about Tara and Violet. Between the two, who do you have as a favorite? Violet! Tara turned me into a pigeon! Though I've known her for less time, I think I like Violet more right now. I don't know as much as I'd like about Violet just yet, but I know more than anything that I just want to keep learning more about her. Really? Can't say I'm surprised. I only chose Tara because I wanted to get her over with. Let's see where things go with Violet. You'll be hanging out with her again soon enough. Anyway, that's it for today. Keep it up, and who knows? You might just be the first one to make it out of here. Night, Fern. Good night, Cat. She left my room, closing the door behind her. Guess it's time to turn in for the night. Sometimes the most precious moments are the most mundane. It's just the two of us spending the evening together in the games room. I'm reading a book and at the same time watching her rage against an opponent in a fighting game. It's fun to watch her savor each victory or explode with profanity when she loses. Life is good. It's times like this where you wish life could always be this simple. Sometimes in these moments, people wish for more excitement, for fame, for fortune, for anything but the ordinary. But all I want is the ordinary with you. Fuck you! I love this woman so much. Wait, have I dated all these women before? Because I'm pretty sure that was hinting at a past with Tara. Then you set the meter around 300 degrees for 40 minutes. Okay, got it. Tara furiously scribbled down notes. Wait a minute, couldn't I just cook it for 600 degrees for 20 minutes? That's not quite how this works, I'm afraid. But the math checks out. What's going on? Oh, good morning, Fern. How do you do? I'm teaching Tara the proper way to prepare a pot roast. Okay, Violet is actually pretty up there in waifu material, dang. So far, I'd say it's going pretty well. Tara will be the one to prepare lunch today instead of me. Tara turned to one of the dials on the stove as far as it would go to the right. And the student has surpassed the master. On second thought, perhaps I'll prepare an alternative course. One moment, please. I'm also absolutely weak for girls with white hair. Or characters with white hair for that matter. Oh, ye of little faith! Time for the moment of truth. Lunch is served. Tara was nervously clasping her hands tight. Oh, it's good! It's delicious! I did it! Oh my gosh! Tara did a little dance in celebration and gave Violet a high five. Should I become a food vlogger? I'm a cooking savant. This talent shouldn't be wasted. Psst. Hey, Violet. What is it, Fern? Is this what you cooked, or is this what Tara cooked? Violet smiled and winked at me. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, she doesn't want to ruin Tara's fun. That is so cute. She sipped on her soup contently. I couldn't help but smile back on her. Damn, this was the best meal I've ever had. Granted, my memory only goes back about 3 days, but still, it counts for something. I found Kat in the same place she found me yesterday. Morning, Fern. It's time to decide who your last soulmate candidate is. Oh man, I'm gonna make a killing from today's bet with 4. The poor guy, he doesn't know you've been rigging the show. What? What he doesn't know can't hurt him. 4! No! Oh, poor dude. Anyway, after you make your choice, it'll just be between the 3 soulmate candidates from here on out. But wait a second. What is that? I thought somebody would ask, so let me explain. If you don't get chosen, we'll make the rest of the show a tropical getaway for you. You'll still be able to see the other girls and live in the mansion, so really, it's no big deal. Tara did a little fist bump. So without further ado, Fern, who's the last unlucky girl? I'd like to spend time today with Scarlet. Alright, we'll make it happen. Let's have Fern start in the mansion and... Ooh! I know where to bring Scarlet.
How high is this show's budget? Bro, they managed to buy an island in the middle of nowhere. I think it's like millions, my dude. Maybe even billions.
Give us a minute to set up the scene. Then go find her.
It's gotta be billions if they can kill people. I mean, like those lawsuits, right?
It didn't take long to find Scarlet. She found me first. She had just burst through my door and was trying to catch her breath as she slammed it shut behind her.
Fern, thank God you're okay. Oh my God.
What's going on, Scarlet? Long story short, I experimented with some of the local fauna on the island earlier, and there's really nothing like it. It's really incredible, and I messed up my intro with you earlier, and... Whoa, slow down! I made a new chemical compound that causes amnesia. It's amazing!
Scarlet, did you drug me? Did you drug me?
Wow, that's not something you hear every day. The cool thing is, applying just the right amount to a person can make them forget specific things. Who they are, how to write, anything. The bad thing is... Something slammed into the door outside. I almost jumped up from the surprise. I don't think she made an aphrodisiac. Something slammed onto the door outside. I almost jumped from the surprise.
Give me brains and bananas. Yeah, it doesn't. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to stream it.
Applying too much turns people into rabid monkey zombies, hell-bent on eating human brains. And bananas.
Dear God, not the bananas!
The door slammed again. It sounded like it was about to be knocked down. We need to get out of here, and fast!
Four busted through the door and blocked our only exit. Give me brains and bananas!
You get him out right away. I'll get him out of here right away. I'll give you time to run. I've got a better idea.
Scarlet blasted 4 with a white powder covering his face entirely. He flailed wildly for a few seconds, then fell to the ground unconscious. Is he gonna be okay?
I guess we'll find out. For now, let's focus on getting out of here. We ran outside of the mansion as fast as we could. How did this even happen? Oh, I was afraid you'd ask that. I heard from Tara that you lost your memories, and I wanted to see if I could help you get them back. So I may have experimented on the Brothers 5 to see if I could erase their memories and bring them back. I must have done the numbers wrong. I added way too much. I didn't realize their empties were so brain in the first place.
That's mean.
In a weird way, that's really sweet, Scarlet. Thanks. Crazy, but still, thanks. I'll fix this, I swear. I just need time to make an antidote. Luckily, I left my tools and supplies pretty near here. We can stay there until we've got an antidote.
Sounds like a plan. Lead the way.
Wait, where are the other girls? Do you think they're still inside? They're actually trapped inside the library right now. Oh, sheep! We've got to go back and save them! I don't know how to say this, but I accidentally turned them into zombies too. But they were a little bit much, so I locked them in the library. We're doomed, aren't we? Scarlet and I passed the time talking about the craziness that was going on and coming up with a plan to save everybody. She seemed to be quite frazzled despite being so put together, but I could tell she really did care about the infected. Not enough to prevent this from happening in the first place, but enough. I watched her build a machine that insists can turn them back into normal, but looking at it, I can't help but to be a little skeptical. Alright, it's showtime. You really think this will work? You bet! I made it after all. Looks like the coast is clear. We walked to the outside of the library undetected, but we definitely weren't alone in here. Alright, it's time to save our friends.
Brains!
They're coming right at us! Nothing to worry about.
I'm so sorry I bumped my mic. This is one of the screenshots that actually got me to play this game in the first place. Fun fact.
This is payback for you guys acing your introductions.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, nothing.
You sure that's gonna cure them?
Of course! What does it look like I'm doing?
Something told me Scarlet was enjoying this a little too much.
What the hell? I can't take my eyes off the cameras for 1 second, and there's zombies in the house. For not much longer, I promise. We spent the rest of the day administering the antidote to each person. Each of them knocked out as soon as we delivered the cure. Not quite the first date you expected, huh?
You can say that again.
It was definitely a first, though. Kat told me to make the date exciting. I had to get your heart racing. I think I did a pretty good job at that. Yep, I feared for my life.
I guess that's technically true, but aren't there easier ways? Something tells me this woman is full of more surprises.
After today's date, I went out for a short walk outside the mansion. Oh, hey, Fern.
Hey, Kat, what's up?
Let's not waste any time. I gotta get back to editing, and you know what I want to hear. I know Violet was your favorite till now, but maybe Scarlet has shake things up a bit.
Who's number one now? It's still Violet. I'm gonna be honest, I still like Violet. Violet is still my number one. I've been counting the days till I can see her again. And I know it's gonna be worth the wait.
Damn, that's definitely going in the broadcast. I can't write this much cheese if I tried. I've got some good news for you then. My plan was a success. Having 3 soulmate candidates has worked magic for our ratings. Which of course means the show will go on. You're awesome! So I'm safe now? Just for now. Though we're not out of the woods yet. We need to make sure the next stretch of the show rates even higher. It's time for phase 2. Over the next 3 days, you'll go on a second date with each of Tara, Violet, and Scarlet. Just imagine how much higher our ratings would be if our viewers got to see even more of their favorites falling in love. Just imagine that sweet ad revenue rolling in. Money. Sorry, I got distracted for a second. Sound good to you? Sounds like a plan to me. Good. That's what I like to hear. Tomorrow morning, I'll be asking you who you want to have your second date with. Put some thought into that. Sometimes the order of content is just as important as the content itself for ratings. Will do. Thanks, Kat. I wonder if that's like a hint. No biggie. I gotta get back to work, so see you later. Night. I waved goodbye to her as she walked away from the mansion. Guess it's time to turn in for the night. We borrowed a boat and went for a cruise around the island. I love the way the wind feels. Why's that? Feels like freedom. Can't get enough of it. No cameras, no people, nothing to stop me from. She pulled me close and kissed me on the lips. For a moment, time stopped, and we were the only two people that existed. Doing what I want. I smiled. I'm pretty sure we don't need to be all the way out here just for a kiss. I guess you're right. After all, it's hotter if people are watching. Okay, so this is Allie. We laughed together as we cruised along till the sun went down. The world was ours. The sound of waves grew louder and louder, threatening to pull me back into reality. Well, will I know you before I'm taken under? Anyone else wake up from the world's worst headache? Tell me about it. What did we even do yesterday? Honestly, I can't remember. Though I did have a dream that we were being chased by someone. Oh, really? And who was that? I think it was Scarlet. What are the odds of that? I think I dreamt the same thing. As did I. She locked us in the library, then shot us to pieces. Whoa, that's the same dream I had. What do you think made you dream up all of that? Either way, it was just a dream. Yui used Mean Glare. It's super effective. Come on now, there's no point in getting upset at someone at what they did in a dream. You're right, Violet. And yet... I seem to remember you being there too, Fern. Oh man, how am I supposed to talk my way out of this one? Some way or another, Scarlet and I managed to convince everybody it was a crazy coincidence. At least, I think we did. Violet was skeptical. Naturally, she had every right to be. Everything she dreamed really did happen. Let's hope it wasn't the kind of dream that comes back again. Okay, I will take a quick bathroom break. Oh wow, we're almost at the 4-hour mark of our stream. Morning, Fern. Congrats, you've made it to the 4th day. And you've become the first person to have not 1, not 2, but 3 soulmate candidates. Who would have thought? Granted, soulmate candidates don't really exist, but hey, we'll edit that part out. You should be really, really proud of yourself. I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I'll leave that for you to guess. Anyway, between your 3 lucky romantic interests, Terra, Violet, and Scarlet, who do you want to spend the day with?
Oola doola dof kalana cough coughalana cabana oola doola. I really want to see Violet again, but we must save the best for last. So Terra.
All right, sounds like a plan to me. I think she's working on something in the mansion. Lead the way. Boop, boop, doo, 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 boop, boop, doo.
I knocked on the door to the games room.
Hey Fern, what's up?
I thought I'd check in and see how you're doing with your game.
Let me show you what I'm working on then. Terra handed me her game device. Not all the art's ready yet, but I'm hoping it'll be done soon. It's a farming game. I had to ditch the pigeon dating idea after all. Well, finding out it was already done. That's really a shame. For the whole world, really. But in this game, you get to live in a village out in the country, make friends, raise crops, and discriminate all the invaders with your giant mecha pigeon death machine. Pardon? There's also a million possible weapon combinations, and that sounds different. I don't know what to expect, but I'd love to play it. I'm curious, how come you decided to make a farming game? Good question. They've got a special place in my heart.
You a Harvest Moon fan?
I used to just play these games morning to... Okay, I used to just play these morning till night, every day. You can probably tell, but I'm not really a go out and party kind of person. To be honest, I don't even know enough people to go to parties anyways, but whatever.
Sometimes it's more fun to do your own thing. Yeah, hey, it's your choice on how you spend your time. No, but then what if she wants to go to a party with someone? But then, yeah. I'm going with, sometimes it's more fun to just do your own thing. Sometimes it can be more fun to stay indoors and just do what you enjoy. She kind of looks like Hina. Good. Oh yeah, from Toho. Oh, I kind of see it. I also think they've been trying to make her look like Hatsune Miku, purposely. Like with the color scheme and stuff, and the headphones.
That's how I feel about it. Enough talk. Try playing it. I want to see how you feel about it.
Alright, here we go. The title screen displayed with a click. Star Blue Valley. Ooh, I wonder what this is a ripoff of.
I was a mecha pilot who got tired of life in the Mecha Corps and decided to move out to the country to become a farmer. I was a pretty good one at that. Every season, I'd learn to plant, water, and harvest new kinds of crops. Terra wouldn't give me advice for farming in every... Terra would give me advice for farming in every season. Her face was so close to mine, she'd watch my every move with a pensive expression. Farming and fishing felt great, but fishing was almost impossible to do at first. The mecha parts of the game felt incredible. You could even get to know the villagers and have relationships with them too. There was just one thing that was a bit weird.
First, wow. What you have so far is incredible, Terra.
You think so? Yeah, really, it's incredible. I never thought you can combine farming and being a mecha pilot in the same game, but you did just fine. Thanks, Fern. That's nice of you to say. There's just one thing that I think is a little off. What's that? Any feedback would be great.
I feel like the relationships with the townspeople were a little weird.
The dating aspects didn't really feel right. I knew you'd notice that. It's kind of embarrassing, but I've never actually dated before, so I have no idea what it's really like. And to be honest, I've never really had a real friend either. Aw, that's sad. If it's not too much to ask. Her voice suddenly reduced to a whisper. Maybe you and I could be friends? I'd be honored to be your friend. You said, that said, please don't trap me in a video game again. Sorry, what? Anyway, watching you play gave me some ideas. Want to help me with testing them? Sure, I'd be happy to help with that however I can. We both suggested ideas, she'd implement it, and we tested together and repeat. It just kept getting better and better. Tara's smile and enthusiasm was contagious, and I couldn't help but be excited for her, and in awe of her drive. We spent the rest of the day working on her game, but it only felt like minutes. I'm just glad it just wasn't another virtual reality game. I was feeling a bit restless after tonight's date to wait in my room, so I went downstairs to relax. Looks like someone had the same idea I did. Kat was relaxing on the sofa with a bottle of red wine in hand. Hey there, Fern. Care for a glass or 5? I'm good. I'm honestly not a big fan of alcohol in real life. That's okay, I don't want to wake up with a hangover. Besides, I actually can't drink alcohol due to medication. You're on a killer dating show and you're worried about a hangover? I want whatever you're drinking. Kat filled her glass to the brim, then downed it in one go. Nope, still not feeling like a hangover is worth worrying about here. She laughed and lightly jabbed me. I felt like I was finally getting to see her real smile. It's a drunken smile, bro. Kat started chugging down the bottle. You okay? I work on a TV show that kills innocent people for shits and giggles. How okay do you think I could be? You might want to stop drinking that. You're more of a buzzkill than Damien, and I don't even know how is that possible. He's killed people with buzzsaws. Sorry, Fern. I didn't mean it like that. It's okay, Kat. No worries. Now that you mention it, how did you end up working here anyway? Oh, you know, the old career fair down the block. She laid down on the sofa. If you're here for the daily interview where I asked you about your day, I already have enough footage for today. As strange as it might sound, Kat, I'm here because I'm worried about you. Huh? And why is that? People who chug a whole bottle of wine in one night usually aren't in the best place. Worry about yourself, Fern. If you knew some of the things I've done to survive, you wouldn't be trying to comfort me. Plot twist, I'd be trying to comfort you more. From what it sounds like, no one really has any choice. You just focus on being a ratings magnet on your dates. I'll be fine. Thanks, Fern. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone. Good night, Kat. Don't stay up too late. Great, the walking corpse is giving me advice on how to live now. Do I really look that bad right now? Good night, Kat. I hurried along. Now hold on just a... If only I could escape this island as easily as I could from a very, very drunk cat. Wait a minute. If Kat's drunk, Then who's making sure today's episode is good? Something tells me I'm not going to sleep very well tonight. The two of us were lying down in a grassy field, watching the world pass us by. Where would you want to go when we get out of here? The countryside. Seems like it'd be the only place nowadays that you can get some peace and quiet. That does sound nice. Would you come with me? I know it's not for everybody, and it's missing a lot of the... You don't even have to ask, love. Of course I'm coming with you. We're a team, right? We're a team. She moved closer. I held her tight in my arms. Mom would have loved you. I wish you would have had a chance to meet her. I know. We'll make sure our kid gets a chance to meet theirs, though. Her face turned bright red. What? Say that after we're actually engaged. It's cute how embarrassed she gets. You mean it? Every word. You're sweet. Not as sweet as you. I think that was Yui. The girls and I kicked off our morning by testing out Terra's game together. It was a multiplayer now, so we could all play it together in the same world. This came with its own fair share of consequences. I said cover me! Or you'll have to finish making dinner yourself. I'm trying! There's just too many mutant vegetables attacking! Yui, I need you to cover me. Where are you? I'm sorry. It's the mayor's birthday, and I can't decide which berry to give him. It can wait! But then I won't get bonus points! Come to think of it, I think we're running low on tomatoes and carrots. Do you need any, Violet? We have enough to survive the winter, but more supplies are always welcome. I'm on it. Well, the game's definitely gotten more exciting. I wanted for them to test out their relationships, but maybe that'll have to wait a bit. I guess we'll see next time? Yeah, next time. I can't wait! We spent the rest of the morning playing Terra's game. Good morning, Cat. I've been looking for you. Not so loud. My head's been killing me from all the wine from last night. I still had to edit our broadcast after that, which didn't help. Somehow, the scene feels familiar. Something tells me that my chance of surviving goes down for every opened bottle of alcohol on the island. Maybe I should spend reenacting Prohibition instead of going on a date. You do know how Prohibition ended, right? Anyway, back to the brass tracks. Yesterday's second date with Terra went really well. Let's keep striking the iron while it's hot. Which soulmate candidate will you be going on a second date with today? Because I love Violet, I'm saving her for last. Scarlet. Huh? If making zombies doesn't count as a red flag, I'd love to see what your dating handbook looks like. But that's none of my business. I think Scarlet's somewhere around the mansion. We'll follow you. I found Scarlet out for a stroll outside the mansion. She seemed a little down. Hey, Scarlet, you doing okay? Jeez! Oh, it's just you, Fern. You almost gave me a heart attack. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's not your fault. I'm just a bit on edge after the whole zombie date thing? Whatever it was. I guess I'm feeling a little sad about all that. Why? You saved everybody. We wouldn't have needed to save everybody if it wasn't for me. At least you fixed the situation. Hey, at least we don't have banana running zombies. At least we don't have banana zombies running around anymore. Without your help, they'd still be running rampant. Still, they wouldn't have been running around in the first place if it wasn't for me. Well, that's true, but hey, it makes for great TV. Which, inadvertently, is pretty good for keeping me alive, but I'll keep quiet on that. Besides, you did it because you were trying to help me get my memories back. That means more to me than I can say. I'm sorry I couldn't do it. If it's okay with you, I'll try again. And I'm sure this time... Let's not worry about that for now. Thanks, though. I appreciate it. For now, I just want to get to know you better, Scarlet. We got interrupted last time, to say the least. Care to join me in making up for some lost time? That would be fantastic! There's somewhere I'd like to go if that's okay with you. Lead the way. You won't regret it. At least, I think you won't. Should I be worried? Come on, let's go. She grabbed my hand and pulled me along with her. Who could say no to a girl who could turn you into a zombie? That likes eating brains and bananas. Whoa, new CG! Are we like in a club setting? Behold! There's a nightclub in the mansion? There is now. I made it myself. Granted, I use it more as a testing ground than a real nightclub, but the staff really wanted something to blow off the steam in. And, okay, I cheated a little bit. I made a robot that could make the nightclub for me, but it still counts. I think you're probably the first person ever to say something like that. Also, I didn't know you knew how to build robots. That's amazing! Hell yeah, it's cool! I get the feeling that building things to make people happier was what I enjoyed the most before I came here. What do you mean by that? You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Actually, maybe you're the only person who would. Maybe it's worth a shot. Could she be like me? There's so much in my life I can't remember for some reason. I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. There was a lot of broken people after the war in New Asia. Not just broken bones and missing limbs, but shattered minds. People trapped in their own heads. I was told I had a gift for research, a gift that might help those people to be able to reclaim their lives. So I finished school early and got my PhD. I led a task force dedicating to helping the survivors. We helped them forget for their most painful and most traumatic memories and move on. It was my life's work, you know, but now I can't remember what it was, how it worked, if we even got anywhere with our research. To be completely honest, I can't really remember how I got here either. I'm sorry to ask, but how on earth did that happen? If I knew before, I definitely don't know now. Maybe testing got dangerous and I wasn't willing to test on someone else. Maybe I don't know. I just don't know. The crazy thing is, I went from that to being on some kind of dating show. What the hell? I guess it does sound pretty weird. And the idea of getting married in 1 week? Who wrote this? An idiot? Tell that to 90 Day Fiancé! Hey! I couldn't help but laugh. But what do I even have to lose at this point? I wouldn't look at it that way. I can't remember anything either, but I'm alive. As long as I'm alive, I've got everything to lose and everything to gain. An optimist, huh? That's worth something. I guess you'd understand better than anyone. What do you plan to do after all this is over? Honestly, I don't know. I want my memories back, but if I can't get them back, I just try to make the best of things. That's some plan. I'm still working out the details. Give me a break. At least you remember some things. I couldn't even remember my name at first. You got me beat there. We talked for hours about how we both felt about our situations. The good things, the bad things, about forgetting who you are. We laughed about forgetting the embarrassing moments that probably plagued others for a lifetime. We laminated the moments that truly made life worth living, and the moments that made your life unique. It's nice to have someone that understands. You know, I've got a silly idea if you're interested. Let's hear it. Getting engaged in a week is stupid, and the person who agreed to that is even stupider than that. But I think I'd say yes if it were you, Fern. If only to see where life goes with someone like you. Ah, you're too sweet. That's... Shh. Let me finish. Regardless of who you ask on the last day, I'd like to be your friend in the times to come. Oh no, Scarlet's winning my heart! Nah, I gotta stay loyal to Violet. If you'll be mine, I can't remember the last time I had a friend to just talk to about how I feel. I think this is the first time that I felt a little bit better about what happened. I'd want you to feel better about the past too. I don't want you to feel alone in this world. It's sad enough, you know? And maybe I'm just being foolish, but who knows? Maybe if we're still in each other's lives after all this, we'll be able to help each other take back the lives we wanted. Scarlet can be weak and have a good... Details, Gamow, details! She wants a friend! What do you say? I was thinking the same thing, Scarlet. I'm glad, but, how to say... I'd still prefer it if you were to pick me. What can I say? I'm a bit competitive. No! No, that's not what I meant! On second thought, I'm very competitive. Just saying, but out of all the girls, I'm the best educated, had the most illustrious career, won first place in the National New Asian Science Expedition, and... I laughed out loud as she listed her accomplishments one by one. She made angry faces at me in mock anger. But most of all, I want you to have a happy life. And I think someone else might get it wrong. We spent the rest of the evening enjoying each other's company. The laughter and smiles never stopped. And she never let go of my hand during our walk. Seems like a nice night for a walk. Oh, hey Fern. What are you doing out here? Just going out for a walk. Care to join me? Sure, why not? I got a few minutes. How about we do a circle around the mountain grounds? Sounds good to me. So, how'd your date with Scarlet go? Are we already back to our daily interviews? Did the island run out of wine? That's wholly unrelated. But, yes. Anyway, my date with Scarlet today was... I actually liked it. Yeah, it was pretty awesome. Amazing. I feel like I really got to know the real Scarlet today. And for the first time, I feel like I've truly been understood. I'm glad to hear that, Fern. Really. Scarlet puts on a front that's nothing like how she really is. I'm glad you can see behind it. She must really trust you. I'm glad she does, believe me. More importantly, though, Scarlet's fan base has been on rendezvous for new content. From what I saw, I'd say you delivered. I'm a solid 85% sure you won't wake up in a torture chamber tomorrow morning. Good job, Fern! Thanks. Keep it up with what you're doing. Our ratings have only been climbing higher and higher every day. But it's not time to celebrate just yet. I know, don't worry, I'm sticking to the plan. That's good to hear. Seriously, if you got yourself killed by not following the plan at this point, you deserve it. Looks like we finished our walk. Anyway, I gotta get back to work, but it was a nice break. Night, Fern. Night, Cat. I walked back to my room and plopped on my bed. Time to get some shut-eye. The scent of something delicious being freshly baked wafted through the kitchen. It's just the two of us. Looks like this batch didn't turn out well either. She frowned. Hey, on the bright side, I can at least tell it's bread this time. Uh-oh, that wasn't the right thing to say. It has been a while since I've done this. Sorry, Fern. I wanted to have something good. I reached for one of the pieces of bread. Wait, I'm sure it's... I took one bite and wolfed down the bread like it was the last of its kind. It's delicious! I reached out another to prove my point. You really mean it? I took a moment to wolf down the second piece. Cross my heart. You're just saying that. She smiled. Ah, that's the moment I've been waiting for. She hugged me with all her might. But I love that about you, you know? I love you, Fern. I held her tight. I love you too. For a moment, the whole world was just me and her. And that was all that mattered. What I wouldn't give to have you back like this. Okay, I think I have dated all the girls in the past. Because I'm pretty sure that was Violet. The next day, I woke up to the sound of an explosion outside. I ran outside as fast as I could. What the? The first thing I saw was Scarlet, and black smoke emanating from the ground near her. Oh, hey there, Fern. Nice weather we're having, huh? I think that girl's probably Cat. Really? I thought the baking one would have been, what's her name? Violet. Hey, Scarlet, you okay? I'm pretty good, all things considered. I've been experimenting again on trying to bring back people's memories without the whole monkey zombie bit. I figured if you and I, well, you know, I'd want us to know everything about each other. I think it's all a ruse. That's fair. They could be implanting memories in the protag. No secrets. I'd like that, Scarlet. Thanks. I'd let you know if I make any progress with that. I gotta clean this up. Give me a minute, and then we can head to the forest? I've been meaning to spend some time there since I got on this island. Sounds good by me. But I'm supposed to be on a date with Violet. Scarlet, leave me alone. We walked together through the forest, hand in hand, talking about things we do after we got this island, talking about everything and anything. After we're off this island, whatever happens, do you maybe want to catch a movie together? Sure, but why a movie? You can laugh, but there's a part of me that just wants to be a regular girl for a day. That's something I could never forget. And I'd like it if I could be that way with you. What do you say? I'd like that. Yay! Scarlet did a little dance of happiness. We spent the rest of the morning together in the woods, enjoying each other's company, and maybe a little more than that. Somehow, in the middle of it all, I forgot what kind of show I was on in the first place. It was just me and her. In this moment, more than ever, I was glad to be alive. Morning, Fern. How'd you sleep? Pretty well, considering how you edit the footage that keeps me alive. Drunk. That sounds like a win-win to me, if you ask me. Can you believe it? We're already on the 6th day of the show. Is it already? Time sure goes by fast. No kidding. Anyway, it's time to wrap up phase 2. You just need to go on a second date with your last soulmate candidate. Shouldn't be too hard, no? Please don't jinx me. Break a leg! Seriously, actually breaking a leg would be a lot better for you than messing up today's date. Not helping, Cat! Time to get today's date started with none other than my third soulmate candidate, Violet. I found Violet taking a walk outside the mansion. Hey Violet, what's up? Hello there, Fern. I just thought I'd take a nice afternoon walk. This place truly does bring back memories of home. You lived on your own personal island? Nothing quite like that bogacious. Anyway, I've got a surprise for you. Want to see? For me? I motioned for her to follow me into the mansion. Baking date! Baking date! Yay! I asked Kat to pull a few strings, and well, we have everything we need to bake whatever we want now. Oh my. Violet looked at me with childlike wonder in her eyes. Let's get right to it then, why don't we? Oh, she's so cute! She was practically shaking with excitement. Her smile and laughter was positively infectious. We decided to make a chocolate cake. It was her favorite flavor, and I don't remember mine. That said, I also don't remember a thing or two about how to make cakes, but with Violet, that wasn't a problem. She got me up to speed with a soft and steady hand, and before long, we had the cake in the oven baking away. I wish it took longer to bake. Seeing Violet do what she loved most was a treat. When she pulled the cake out of the oven, she looked like a kid on Christmas Day. Oh! Okay, yep. It's between Violet and Yui. It's between Violet and Yui. Now for the finishing touches. A little more here, and a little more there. She was in her own world, humming away as she danced around the cake, decorating it as she went along. I couldn't help but smile and watch her in adoration. She's pure happiness right now. I wish I could take this moment and just freeze it in time for safekeeping. I can't wait to share this with the others. But first, Fern, would you mind tasting it? Testing it. You don't have to ask, believe me. I'm first in line to try it out. Thank you. I'm unsure if what I make is worth eating or not. Why's that? My family's caretaker, Lucine, was the one who taught me how to bake. Because my sister, Lucine, was the only one who ever bothered to try what I made. Sometimes I worry they told me it was delicious just to make me feel better. Aww. I took a little off the top of her cake with my finger and licked it off. It's delicious, Violet. You better believe it. Would you want to help me a little longer? I'm having far too much fun to stop now. I've just started making some cookies, and I find I quite enjoy your company and help, Fern. I'd love to. Just let me know how I can help. Violet passed me a bowl full of cookie dough, then a tray. All you need to do is make little cookie-shaped pieces out of this dough and put them on the tray. Do not try to put any of them too close on the tray, or they'll become something of a mutant cookie in the oven. Got it. No mutant cookies here. Baking cookies is so fun, honestly. I ripped off a piece of dough from the bowl and rolled it into the size and shape of a cookie. Perfect. You're natural. Thanks, Violet. Wow. In the time it took me to make one, Violet had made 6 perfect cookies. She moved with mechanical efficiency as she kneaded the balls of dough into perfectly shaped cookies. Wow, I thought you were great before, but you're really incredible. How long have you been doing this? Perhaps since I was about, say, 5? To this day, it remains the only thing I can best my sister at. I finished making another cookie as Violet finished 3 more. She held up one of the cookies and raised it to her face. You've got quite the skill at this, Fern. I just wanted to say again, thank you for arranging this. I'm on top of the world right now. Ah, she's so cute! It was my pleasure, Violet. Gosh, she's so adorable when she smiles. For a few seconds, we kept working on the cookies in admirable silence, our eyes locked on each other's. You said you had a sister? Why, yes, indeed. Viola Valentine. First twins in the family. Oh, I'm out of room on my tray. She flashed a devious smirk in my direction right before she lightly threw a dough ball at my face. What's with that cheeky? Before I could react, it splattered against and stuck to my face. She burst into childlike laughter. Nice catch, Finn. Perhaps you might try using your hands next time? Oh, it's on. I couldn't stop myself from smiling as I grabbed some ammo from my own cookie tray and threw some of them at her. She dodged them all with ease and laughed. It's quite humorous how an old caretaker managed to do what you are struggling to do right now. I interrupted her gloating with another dough ball throw. This time it made a satisfying splat against her left cheek. Strike! Oh, you're so going down. Her smile turned devilish as she grabbed another dough ball. Oh, sheep! I've only a second before her next volley. Offensive! I just started to reach for another dough ball from the tray when a dough ball splattered against my forehead, sending me recoiling backwards. Ah! And then another landed right next to it. Ah! Mercy! And then another. I crumpled to the floor in defeat. I declare this my victory in absolute confidence. She laughed as she pointed at all the dough on my face. I took the opportunity to interrupt her speech with another dough ball. It splattered right against her left cheek. Oh, you're even more dead now. Forget surviving this crazy TV show. I don't know if I'm surviving the next 5 minutes. It was like looking a tiger dead in the eye. Violet reloaded her ammo and was winding up for another throw. It was all I could do to reach for one more ball and scream in defiance. Bring it on! Oh my god, what is exploding? Some say you can still hear my screams in that kitchen to this day. We finished cleaning up after our impromptu food fight and brought the desserts that survived the Great War on the porch. Her smile and laughter were infectious. Pardon me, but I guess we can rule out you being a baseball player before you had come to the island. She put her hand tenderly against my face as she wiped off some of the remaining dough. We locked eyes again, her eyes practically magnetic. Thanks for playing along, Fern. I suppose it's been too long since I've had this much fun. So, thank you for indulging on my little whim. It was a lot of fun for me too, Violet. Don't mention it. Besides, I think I got a few good hits in to make it worth it. I'm worried for you. It appears your amnesia is getting even worse. Violet laughed as she picked off some of the crumbs off my face and licked them from her finger. Her eyes seemed to linger on mine. I do hope we can spend time together soon. I quite like this. I'd like that, Violet. I had a lot of fun with you, too. You're full of surprises, you know? Just wait and see. There's more where that came from. We spent the rest of the day talking and eating desserts together on the porch. Though Violet seemed quite distant when I first met her, I learned that the real Violet was nothing like that at all, and full of surprises. She could be unexpectedly shy one moment, then mischievous as a child in another. One thing's for sure, being around her makes my heart skip a beat and the time fly. Before I realized how much time had passed, it was already pitch black outside. Pika, 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 pika. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit of the late night munchies. Guess I'll go head downstairs. I walked to the kitchen and opened the fridge. Sweet! There's some leftover cookies that Violet and I made together. I grabbed a few and wolfed them down. Delicious. Got a case of the midnight munchies? Figured I'd do my civil duty and help finish off the cookies Violet and I made. Right. Only a good Samaritan would finish all the cookies, so no one else would have to make that sacrifice. I'm just too good of a person, you know? It gets me in trouble sometimes. Anyway, I've been meaning to talk to you. What's up? How'd your date with Violet today go? Amazing! It was so cute! It was wonderful, and that's not a word I'd say very often. It's not every day where you get to spend it with a woman who can turn a kitchen into a war zone. I can't remember the last time I had so much fun, and that's not the amnesia talking. Violet really is something, ain't she? No kiddin'. I'd expect no less from a woman who's currently our audience's favorite. Whenever we get you both in the same room, ratings just soar through the roof. I can't say I'm surprised to hear about that. Well, that should be enough footage for today. Thanks, Fern. You'll be happy to know that Phase 2 of this plan was a smashing success. That's great to hear. No kidding, the love square between Tara, Scarlet, and Violet has viewers on the edge of their seats. You've actually broken the record for ratings on a killer dating show. It's not as niche as it sounds. Do I get a plaque for that? This has to count for something somewhere. We don't have it printed yet, but I've prepared your tombstone in advance if you're looking for a souvenir. Dang, Kat! What a bro! Thanks! Thanks for the vote of confidence, Kat. Let it never be said that I am nothing but supportive. Anyway, we're on to Phase 3. It's pretty much the same as Phase 2, except with the third dates this time. And one caveat. What's that, Kat? I'm sure you've got a favorite in mind between Tara, Scarlet, and Violet. If you want to maximize your chances of getting out here alive, save the best for last. It gives the audience something to look forward to. Sound good to you? Makes sense to me. That's what I've been doing. Good. That's all for today. See you later. Night, Fern. Good night, Kat. And thanks for your help till now, Kat. I realize I'd probably be screwed without you. Don't thank me yet. Guess I'll call it a night. I walk back to my room. Time to get some shut-eye. So what's this supposed to do? It's only a prototype, but technicalities aside, you can think of it as a memory rewriter. So it rewrites memories? Pretty much. Think of it like a surgeon's scalpel. With it, you could make someone forget things as big as who they are, or something as small as a specific conversation. So if you use this on someone, anything is fair game. You could erase anything you wanted. Exactly. Well, maybe not really a scalpel since it comes with a reset button. It's sad though. This was supposed to help people after the war. I was supposed to help people after the war. I'm sorry, Scarlet. Don't worry about it. I may not be able to help them, but it doesn't mean I can't help you and your partner escape from this madness. Okay, so I never dated Scarlet. She was not a romantic partner of mine. Thank you, really. Thank you so much. I know you're taking an incredible risk for us, but honestly, most people would never. Don't mention it, Fern. It's what I do. If they manage to trace it back to me, then I'll accept whatever comes. It'll be the first time I help somebody in quite some time. Scarlet. The boat is just past the woods, behind the rocky enclave near the beach. It won't be there forever, so act quickly. It'd be suicide to go for it during the day, so I recommend heading there near midnight. Thank you, Scarlet. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? Someone has to stay here and help the people that fall in this spider's web. You don't have to be so noble. I envy her, you know, to get to leave this place with you. But someone needs to stay here and do what's right. Okay, I take it back. Maybe she did have romantic feelings for me. I walked down to the kitchen where the girls were having breakfast. So, how was the date? Yeah, tell us! Tara was furiously scribbling down notes with the title War Plans in bold. It was really quite nice. We actually made this cake and cookies yesterday together. Fern and I. I hope you all enjoy it. They're amazing, Violet. Thanks for making it for us. Thanks so much. They're just so delicious. Tara scribbled, War of Attrition is likely not an option. What are you writing there, Tara? Nothing. So, how come there's cookie batter everywhere? No matter where I look, I see batter on every surface of the kitchen. It wasn't just the batter. Violet and I had knocked over quite a few things in our firefight. Ah, that's... You sure it was just baking together? Aww, I thought it was more than that. I charaded as if I was heartbroken. Kinda hand it to you, Violet. I didn't think you had it in you. Hubba hubba. Wait, no, nothing like that happened. Hallie and I laughed and made finger guns at each other. Ayy. I don't get it. That's because you're a good person, Yui. Wait. Is she not hinting that we had a food fight? I think what Allie is trying to say is that Violet and Fern... Allie stuffed a cookie into Scarlet's mouth before she could finish her sentence. Wow, these cookies are pretty useful. You gotta teach me how to make these sometime, Violet. It would be my pleasure, Allie. Oh, teach me too. Why should Fern have all the good stuff? We spent the rest of the morning fooling around in the kitchen. Morning, Fern. Let's kick off Phase 3. Hopefully, we can wrap this up quickly and you'll be back in your old life soon. I better be. As nice as this island is, it's a gilded cage. You'll be able to go back to your old life soon. That's a promise. Well, unless you make a mess out of your next 3 dates, I can't help you there. But assuming you do, you'll get to leave here with one of Tara, Scarlet, or Violet. But first, it's time to pick one of them you're going on a 3rd date with today. Who's it gonna be? What time is it? It's 4:55. I think I'm actually gonna end it here. We shall continue this tomorrow, maybe. Or the day after. Thank you so much for coming. This has been really interesting so far. And I'd love to continue, but I can feel my voice getting hoarse. So, yeah. This was surprisingly long. Yeah! And there's even more. We're not even, like, in, like, certain... Yeah! An hour long for, like, at least each route. Like, dang. I wonder if we'll be able to, like, find all the endings and stuff. So, let me actually save. So yeah. 4 hours stream, 4 hours and 30 minutes. Let's go. Maybe one day I'll do like an 8-hour stream. maybe. But yeah, this was really fun. I look forward to seeing where else this game goes. And thank you for coming. So let's raid. Woo!
Sometimes the future is right